Welcome back. So let's see here. Where's my live split? Come on. There you go. There you go, buddy. Love to see it. I'm pretty sure that timer's gonna correct itself when I start. Should correct itself. All right, so we got 4 classes to do today. Samurai, Prisoner, Confessor, and Wretch. I'm not so sure about Prisoner, but I think the other 3 all have a pretty good shot of being quick. Being real quick. What the fuck is going on? Thank you. Jesus, man. It's time for Sonic to get replaced by Sonic. And the starting class of the day is Samurai. Big favorite. Big favorite going into this. So we'll see. We'll see if he's able to get into first place. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm ready. I think I'm good to go. Pinned messages pinned. I just want to make sure we're all good. No sweat. Thanks for the tier 1. Everything should be recording all nice and spicy. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go run it. All right. Cool. That's what we want to see. Timer's looking the way that it's supposed to. Prisoner has drip, to be fair. Ah, yes. I too love masquerading in my gimp outfit. So it's gonna be an unsheathed playthrough, bro. I think Physic is gonna be Dex tier and Strength tier. Right? I think so, man. I don't know how what does the scale, what are the scaling values on a maxed out Uchi? Any knowers in the chat? Zero. Thank you. C Dex, D Strength. Well. The issue is getting Dex stuff is a little bit more difficult than getting Strength stuff. Or it takes longer than getting Strength stuff. And Strength stuff, like the Strength tier, for example, since I'm going to be dual wielding, is functionally a 15 Strength buff instead of a 10 Strength buff, whereas the Dex buff is a 10 Dex buff. So the fact that they're so close makes me think that maybe just going for Strength instead of Dex and making a little bit of time gathering time save and then spending those points elsewhere, you know, spending the points that I would be spending on Strength, put them into Dex instead. I think that makes sense. So I think it's going to be charged attack tier and strength tier, since those are zoomers. And then for talismans, warrior jar shard.
You need to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath.
Thank you.
It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Warrior jar shard, Radigan sword seal, ritual sword, ritual shield. Wolf Grail, thanks for the prime. And that's a pretty fast gathering segment. Do it like that. And again, because of the bleed, I think we can actually head through Stormvale. Head through Stormvale to get to Liurnia rather than going to Liurnia first. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Do I get the charged attack talisman on the way? I don't think so. I don't think I'm ever going to be using the charged attack talisman because I'm getting the warrior jar shard right now. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. Oh.
Okay, what the fuck? Do I need to, like, charged heavy him to pop him out of there? Wait, what the fuck is this? How the fuck does this work? You have to touch, son of a bitch.
I am these. I just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all.
Okay, there we go.
What are you playing at? Wait. I see it now. Humans
What the
all
fuck?
lose their wits eventually. Then there's nothing left. How could this?
Sorry, bud.
Was my whole existence just a crop?
That's what we call optimal routing right there. Wasting 30 seconds by just smacking his ass. I'm gonna want Radigan Sword Seal on as the first talisman. So that's a good second talisman. Okay. Charged attack tier. We're gonna get the lilies. We're gonna skip the talisman, the charged talisman. We don't need it. I received a gifted bushy sub. My anus is yours. My. Internet's a weird place, man. I tell you. The shit you see on here, man. Poke the bear. No. Speaking of the bear, I just finished watching that show. I liked it. It was a fun show. Gave me anxiety. We love traumatic content. Ah, yes. The show is called The Bear. It's a fun show. Very stressful. Nick Y, thanks for the prime. So, this is going to be a weird comparison, but I think Samurai is just going to be Bandit without the severe Gideon weakness. And, you know, like, generally also just, you know, better. But I think it's going to be a real similar run. No, the bear has absolutely nothing to do with bears. It's about a chef, a kitchen. All right, now don't fuck this part up. Very important. Homie, what the fuck? Do an attack. Oh my god. Well, that's misleading, Madge. True. Fucking true, man. What the hell? Pieces of shit. Unbelievable. Talismans. Doing ritual sword and shield. Warrior jar shard. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Warrior Jar Shard and Radigan Sore Seal. So with better deck scaling off the top, with Radigan Sore Seal, we first want to get both strength and dex to 15. And then after that, we want to get dex to 35. Well, I guess 15 is actually wrong for strength. But I think we start with 15 strength, so it doesn't matter. So 15 dex. No, 35 dex is the first thing we level to. Ow. Jesus, bro. Fucking Christ. $35 dex, and then we want to get to functionally 40 strength.
Pot friend.
Which is gonna involve more thinking than I'm gonna do right now. Because, well, we'd need like 27 for that, so that would only be with the tier. That would only be 17 strength. Tier plus 2 handing. Alright, 35 dex, then 17 strength, then 55 dex, and then a bunch of strength. Alright. Oh boy. Melanor's gonna want to take me to the fucking spot right now. Wait. I changed the pinned comment and then Lionin changed it back? What the fuck, man?
To determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering.
Lionin's fucking throwing, dude. Isn't Samurai the fastest class? And it is widely considered. Okay, listen. Speed runs? Okay, hold on. Shut up. Shut up for a fucking second. Bunch of decks. Speed runs that, you know, pick up items in an absolutely shocking turn of events are actually quite a bit different than speedruns that don't pick up items. So yes, Samurai is a strong class, but like you can't just say, "Oh, I've seen a speedrun before. I know exactly how this one's gonna go." Oh yeah, bud. That one's nice. Sick. I meant to put on Radigan Sore Seal rather than... Alright, whatever. I mean, we're already through it.
It's tightly booked.
You'll breach the... Well, but of course.
Okay, we need you to open the gates. And then we're gonna level Dex all the way up to 35. Assuming we can. Not quite. Fuck! Oh no. It's chalked, boys. Jeez. Fucking Christ. That was terrifying. I think I'm gonna need a couple more blue flasks. Probably 2 more, I would guess. Stop throwing. I didn't even fucking die. You fucks can suck my nuts. I thought that was gonna stagger him. Jesus, bro. Fucking slow ass here. Ow. Okay, let's get that bleed build up. Nice. Nice. Ow. There we go.
The Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
What are my thoughts on Nuggets winning the championship? I watched a couple of the games. I didn't watch the game 5. I'm not really into basketball. I don't find it very entertaining to watch. I mean, this more or less can be said about all sports, and I get it. I'm not claiming that it's rational, it's just how I feel. But like the first 45 minutes of every basketball game seems rather pointless to me. And then it's like 1 out of every 10 basketball games, you have an entertaining final 3 minutes. Like I said, I know that can be said about like pretty much all sports. And I know it's not rational, but that's just how I feel about basketball. I am 23 now. Turned 23 in March. I don't need this fire. Here I am lighting it anyway. I looked way younger, 2 years ago, Roku. The whole beard thing helps. I don't know why I expected a 30-year-old man to be a sassy Elden Ring challenge runner. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I need to sit down here. Do I have a girlfriend? I always kind of laugh at this question. Because, like... Granted, I haven't been streaming for, like, the last... however long. 5 weeks or something. But when I am streaming, I play video games. A lot of hours of the day, and it's like... Do you have a girlfriend? No, dog. I don't go outside. What do you mean? He just like me for real. No dying. Alright. Sick. Orange Spaff, thanks to the Prime. Jordan. And Nick, thank you guys for the subs. So we get the next bell bearing. Then we go get our weapon to plus 12. Then we spend the rest of the runes. Speaking of which, do that. And then we fight Radon. And then we have everything set up and it's just running in boss rush. This run is going a lot better than Astrologer. Yeah, you think so? All right, come on. Thank you. DTS will be super easy. Gold free will be an annoyance, and then it's mostly smooth sailing. What makes you think gold free is gonna be an annoyance? I think gold free is getting dick down. Absolutely sauced. This is the Rode Pod mic. How's the pace of Samurai so far? I mean, it's kind of out of order because we did Stormveil. Just like Bandit, we did Stormveil on the way to Liurnia rather than going to Liurnia first. So we're not really gonna have a good idea until DTS. And even then, I don't really remember the pace of the other runs. Can't tell if that's a drum or the piss bucket. No, it's neither. That is a diffuser, a light diffuser. doubles as my piss bucket. I mean, why pay for color changing light? I got all the color changing I need already free and available. Okay. $250 piss buckets. I like it. Okay, we level this. Okay, and then we're off to Radon. Pee pee poo poo. Look at that menuing. That's some Giga Chad menuing right there. You're in the tub peeing. Well, that's excellent. Glad to hear it. Keep me updated on the progress. I want you guys to think about this. Marais Executioner sword, but it has bleed. Yeah, I don't think that would really change much, to be honest with you. The only use case for that sword is some ridiculous one-shot build anyway. And percentage-based damage gets progressively more worse the harder your weapon hits. Like, putting bleed on a charged attack heavy greatsword build doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival.
Okay.
But now,
I meant the Ash of War, you get like 10 hits in and immediately get a bleed proc. Okay. I understand, but what I'm trying to say is the only thing that really changes is it makes it better if you use it in the wrong way. Like that weapon isn't actually very good if you aren't going for some omega high damage super build with it. Siegward,
It's been years.
thanks for the 16 months. I got that shit set up, right? Yeah. Alright, so Radon has 200 poise, and Unsheath does 40 poise damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it ate it. I guess that move has hyper armor. I didn't know that. Okay, it apparently did not eat all of it, though. So I'll take it. Unless they nerfed it. I'm pretty sure Unsheath does 40 poise damage. Ow. Okay. I was supposed to pop that Radon rune. Whatever. Is what it is. It's 30 poise. All right. Fair enough. Okay. We'll just pop Radon's rune later. $35 dex. And then we level a little bit of strength. I think that's more than enough strength, I'm pretty sure. I think we start leveling dex again now. Yeah, I needed 17 strength and we got 19 there. Doesn't poise regenerate slowly? No. The poise system is almost analogous to status effects. Almost, but not exactly. Poise will stay at its exact level. The buildup will stay exactly where it is for like a pretty short duration of time, like 8 seconds. And then after those 8 seconds, it will regenerate really quickly. Whereas with status effects, it's just constantly regenerating always, but at a much slower pace. But that means as long as you do some poise damage every 8 seconds, their poise is, or at least every 8 seconds, their poise isn't going to regenerate. And so you can actually, if you really want to, count your poise. Homie. This weapon isn't as good as I wanted it to be for DTS. Cool. Okay, what the fuck is going on here? All right, good enough. Okay, I'm gonna get one extra blue flask, I think. Flasks, add a charge, do the tier, do that, and then we level up more decks. Cool. Status effects apply on hit. So if you go for like more unsheaths and charged heavies and shit like that, you apply a whole lot less status, which is somewhat desirable because you don't really want to crutch exclusively on bleed, because you get the first bleed proc pretty quickly, the second bleed proc a little bit slower, and then it starts to really slow down. So if you're playing it right, you get only a couple bleed procs, and then you fill the rest of the time with something that's more time efficient, like going for more stance damage. I was meant to get Ritual Sword. I forgot. We'll go get that in a second after we beat Godfrey. That's why I like doing more frost and fire builds, to do more frostbite. Well, frostbite has the same issue. Every time you apply a status effect, it becomes harder to apply it the next time, up to a certain point. Eventually, it reaches a max status resistance. Does that reset if the boss has 2 phases? I mean, there might be a couple exceptions to this rule, but no. As far as I know, no. Yes on Melania. No on Melania. I promise. I've tried to beat Melania plenty of times with status. Her status resistances do not reset. Now, what you may have noticed, there's a chance that what you noticed was the previous status progress carrying over. That's a thing. If you have half of a frostbite proc built up in phase 1 and they go to phase 2, that frostbite will stay. Their status bar will still be half filled. And so you may have thought that you got an easy first bleed proc or first frostbite proc, but that was because of carryover status, not because of status resistances resetting. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go test it, feel free. I'm not lying to you, though. Come on, jump. You fucking wiener. Sick. Ow. I don't know why I'm going for status effect buildup. It's immune to it. That misses? Alright, fuck me then. Okay. Get the Queen's bedchamber. Then we gotta go get Ritual Sword, and then we do Morgat. Ow. I didn't want to quit out, but do be what it is. Alright, here we go. Back to Altus. This isn't an optional inspection. What are we inspecting? Hand over my Usher hand guide for inspection. Ah. Well, you see, I burned it. I have no such hand guide to hand over. Fuck! to go back to round table. Fucking for gore again, bro. Alright, it's all good. All good. We'll kill him and then we'll go to round table. Jump, you fucking wiener. I'll take that hit. What are you doing?
By my curse, such shame they cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
Cool. Look at him fucking go, bud. What a weapon, huh? What an absolute fucking weapon. Luxury. Thanks for the prime. Does Morgoth's phase transition reset poise? No. I mean, like, functionally most of the time, yes, because you have to not hit him for a while. But, I mean, if you use, like, kukris or something like that,
Allow me, you are
the poise won't reset.
A husk, the only way to become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide you.
Okay.
You know, the fingers shake when they are about to done. No matter. Now go let the.
Oh, I have to go fucking buy it. Because I killed Morga. Oh, Jesus, bro. Actually throwing. Okay. Was she schooled to teach Elden things? Yep. There's a lot of... There unironically there's a whole lot of hidden mechanics in this game that are a pain in the ass to figure out. Zoki. I don't fucking know, dog. Thanks for the prime. Arrow, thank you for the sub. Merlin, thank you for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Mechanics like what? Poise. Status. All the questions I've been answering the whole stream. Fucking nerd. Oh yeah, I got the last two acoustic panels in the back there. To my left, your right. Right there. So now there's no empty wall with a random piece of wood stuck to it. Looks different than YouTube. Yep. Yep, that, yeah. I changed the backgrounds. for the YouTube videos. That's how I keep things fresh and spicy. Yes, I do think that, Vince. I literally have lights that are just waiting for stands. Your challenge gives me an idea. What if you run each class and see which one finish game fastest with starting gear? Damn, that's an interesting idea. I wonder if anyone's ever gonna do that. Okay. No one would seriously consider finishing the game with just the astrologer starting equipment. Yeah, only an idiot would try to do such a thing. All right, before I start, get off the horse. Before I start the next run, you gotta remind me to change the pinned comment. Lionunko's fucking me here.
Those of a challenger who find them well.
Okay. Now we're leveling up Dex. Okay, I think 55 is... Yeah, 55 is where we're taking Dex to. And then after that, we're leveling strength. Leveling strength to what? We want it to get to 60 with the 10 bonus and the 2-hand bonus, which means 40 effectively. Which means level 30 plus the tier. We get strength to level 30. No, 25, because we also have the source seal. Get strength to 25, and then we start leveling Dex again. Or, realistically, probably, like, a tiny bit of health. I probably should have leveled a tiny bit of health on this last level up, just so that I don't get one shot. Maybe, like, mind or endurance or something. Because we're about to reach the big point of diminishing returns. No, it's 6 more levels. That status page counts active effects like talismans. Now, if I remember correctly, I think Vagabond was going into Fire Giant at 119. So this run's kind of fucking zooming, bro. This run's setting a pace. And I think it's gonna have a stronger end game too. Prisoner is a fucking wild bet. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got no idea how Prisoner's gonna be fast at all. Your money's on astrologer, huh? Okay. Smart. Get out of my way, you big beefy fuck. Is it all bosses or optional bosses? Okay, homie. Beating 165 bosses in 2 hours. That's not possible. No, this is a any percent run. Speedrun website doesn't even have a category for all bosses unless you're not seeing it. I don't exactly know how speedrun.com determines its categories, but I would imagine it's crowdsourced. And I can't imagine very many people are trying to do all bosses speedruns. Is this game any fun? It seems like a lot of running and easy fights. See, the mistake you made there is watching a speedrun to try to get a gauge for how the game plays. That is an absolutely awful way. Yes, all remembrances is the most analogous thing to all bosses from the previous games, since there's just so many shitter filler bosses in this game. All right. Sick. Well, I didn't want to stagger him right there, but, you know, we take those. Not the end of the world. I didn't get the second one, dude. Sick bleed. All right. Nice and clean there, buddy. Yeah, this run's zooming, bro. Gideon's been a problem in a couple runs. Some classes just don't have anything to really deal with him. Okay, we leveled Dex. That's a lie. We leveled Strength. Optimal routing.
Eyes well and death are you to commit. For let my hand.
Yeah, health is for little weenie bitch boys. Why bother leveling health when you could just not get hit? Fucking idiot. It shouldn't be a problem for Samurai though. I think Unsheath kinda shits on him. 17 minutes to kill 5 bosses. For what, 130? I mean, it's not off the table, but that's gonna be a tough mark to hit. Baby basket. Listen, I've intentionally put all of the shit in this room behind the camera, and I let one fucking thing leak out in front of it. And it's the talk of the fucking town, brother. You can still get cucked on the run to Malekith. That's unlikely. Gideon would be a much stronger cucking bet. Or Elden Beast. Elden Beast decides to just keep running. Oh, let's not fucking just die for no goddamn reason. Get fucking jumped, nerd. Your bet is on Wretch being the fastest. It's a sleeper pick. Definitely a sleeper pick. Okay, we need to go to Calais. Okay. Not getting cucked by Ronnie. Love to see it.
But I can also that you're not up. Then why not? I am Carlin. Goodbye.
Okay. Jump, please. Okay. Butthole bandit coming in hot, baby. Love to see it. Oh, fuck. Kind of messed that one up. It's all good. We live. God fucking damn it, dude. All right. Lot more than I needed to, but whatever. Fuck them. I don't care about ruins.
Lay out your own.
Yeah, we're like a full boss ahead of Vagabond. Sub 130 is gonna be tough though. What do I think of the Reddit blackout? I've heard that it's happening. I literally know nothing else about it. I don't know why it's happening. Don't know what the fuck's going on. Damn. Whee! Don't zap me! Jesus. Holy fuck. That was spooky. But we're good. Let's go kill Malekith. Man, I think to get sub 130, we would need to have... It might not be possible no matter what. But if it is possible, it's going to be perfect execution and perfect RNG.
Who approacheth destined death?
Ow. watch the shart box. True. Good looking out, dog. Now 30-minute Gideon. Don't fucking say that shit. It's... Gideon is gonna go perfectly. No problems at all.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. Sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. America has high hopes for us. My fellow, you fought well until now.
I thought Unsheath had more range, man. Fucking Gideon.
My fellow, you fought well until now.
You know, that's the true vagabond difference, bro. That's the true vagabond difference. He's shit on Gideon. Can you fucking stop, dude?
My fellow, you fought well until now.
I can't do anything. All right. Well, the sub 130 is off the table, but surely. This is still fastest run, right? Right?
You fought well until now.
Dude, who fucking made this boss? This might actually be the worst class for... Nah, no shot. Bandit was the worst class for Gideon. Gideon's just an absolutely awful shit sack of a boss, though. fine. It's fine.
A tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you.
Gideon getting that confessor and wretch money in his offshore bank account. Yeah, the wretch really needs to be paying him off at this point, bro. I mean, Samurai was on a fucking pace. He's still on a fucking pace. Confessor and wretch are still kind of fucked. Confessor does have square off. Now, I don't remember if Vagabond just got lucky or if square off shits on Gideon. We'll find out. The strategic panic rolling. It all went according to plan. Some of that confessor money hitting my bank account right now too. Sheesh. Bushy is throwing so hard. Yep. Sure am, buddy. And that's why we're on the fastest pace that we've ever had. Literally deathless up to Gideon. I can't believe you're throwing, streamer. Streamer, I can't believe you're throwing. You're playing so bad, streamer. It's not fair. Minute Elden Beast. Nah, this is wrapped up nice and easy. Putting a fucking bow at this point, dude. Wrapped up nice and neat in a little fucking bow. So that you fucks can stop complaining about me throwing. Alright, give me good RNG. Come on, you bitch. Nice. Nice. I figured. This is literally gonna skip Elden Stars. Come on. Come on, let me skip Elden. Oh, fuck, I'm not in the right spot. Okay, it's not skipping Elden Stars. Oh boy, that's a bad move. Not quite. He has all these scripted moves that he needs to do now. We can still get it, though. Even after the scripted moves. Come here? Okay, okay. Now he's fucking me. Okay. Well, see you later, 140. It was nice knowing you. Sag. He threw one. Ah, yes, yes. Foolish me. I should have made the Elden Beast not run. My bad, my bad. I can't believe you threw, streamer. Y'all have a severe case of ligma. That's what you got. Okay. I pinned that. Yes. All right. All right. So Samurai new bar at 140. Now, Prisoner, I got to be honest. I don't have a bunch of high hopes for Prisoner. I don't I don't think he's going to be competitive, but hey, I'm open to getting surprised. I'm open to getting surprised, man. So let's see. The S talk is just magic glint blade is not the way, brother. I tell ya, not the way. This is gonna be a big old dex class. No, all right. I mean, not a very good weapon skill. Gideon is gonna be a problem. Just letting you know, it's gonna suck. Gideon's gonna suck real bad. Still okay, does good stance damage. What, a rapier? Rapiers don't do good stance damage. Not a good crit rate. Yeah, okay, so this is just gonna be a dex tier. And charged heavies, probably. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to go for status. So charged build plus dex. Charged heavy plus dex. Oh, the Ash of War does good stance damage. Yeah, fuck all that. Glint blade actually fire though? Well, it's terribly FP inefficient. And building out a caster takes a lot more time than building out ooga booga poke things. All right, dex tier, charged attack talisman, Radigan sword seal, ritual sword and shield. Aight. Does S-Talk R1 stagger Gideon? Nope. They nerfed it. Maybe the two-hand R1 does. I think the two-hand R1 does. Ever thought about YouTube boxing on Misfits Creator Clash? Okay, I don't. Yeah, it'd be cool, but I don't think you guys realize like the I didn't have any sort of brand built up for myself until a year ago. I really only started this YouTube channel a year ago. It's not like I'm this super clouded individual with all sorts of connections and shit. But yeah, I think I'd be good at it. on about I've been on YouTube for years. Well, yeah. And that's why I said I really only started building a brand a year ago. The 10,000 follower Gwent days certainly don't count if we're examining some level of clout. And that's damn near the opposite of clouded. But Bushy versus Tyler 1. And I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I'm 6'4", 200 pounds.
I bequeath.
I'm a big fucking guy. They wouldn't be putting me with Tyler 1. Horror Lord and the Feared. Thanks for the prime. I'm not getting the strength tier because fuck them.
Can you hear me?
Nope. Can't hear you. If Bushy doesn't have a girlfriend, then I'm completely fucked. Well, I imagine you would have a pretty big advantage if you tried. You know, if that's your goal, go fucking do it. Yeah, I stay inside and play video games all day. Not because I'm like some fucking social outcast, because that's what I want to do. Yes. The key to getting a girlfriend is talking to girls. Correct. Where am I going? I'm going this way. The only way to achieve such a heightened state of Elden Ring mastery is to remain truly maidenless. Yeah, you got it, bro. You understand.
Cheers. Enjoy
Carmen.
your stream.
Thanks for the 1337. I appreciate it. I might just be going fucking crazy, but I feel like my frame pacing on the game is a little bit off. Feels like it's running at like 40, 50 FPS. Oh, stop fucking chasing me, you goddamn dweeb. Jesus. Look at this dude. All right, what the fuck is going on here? We need English in the chat. Please and thank you. No, listen. I think you guys might be just memeing or something. But just in case somebody's reading these comments unironically, it's not like being tall. It's not like being conventionally attractive on its own just gets girls to chase after you. A lot of men specifically are misguided in this sense. Women don't chase after me because I don't go outside and talk to them very often. It's not like just becoming some fucking Giga Chad Omega bodybuilder fucking hyper male is gonna make you the most attractive person to females. That doesn't work. That's much more difficult and much less effective than just going out to fucking talk to them. If your goal is self-improvement and you're doing it in like you're using this like delusion for the sake of motivating you for self-improvement, fair enough. But if your goal is becoming attractive, it's the wrong way to do it. Says the one playing video games in his basement. Well, yes, I think uniquely able to make this point. Getting big in the gym and fucking being naturally tall and fucking, I don't know, having a deep voice, shit like that. See a lot of guys thinking, oh, if I just had that, it'd be so fucking easy for me. But it doesn't have a whole lot to do with it. Remember that being big in the gym makes you look smaller in the sheets? I mean, that kind of depends on what your goal is. If you're executing the gym correctly, probably not. There's not a whole lot of people whose goal is to get a bigger waist. Not a whole lot of people hypertrophy train their abs and their obliques and shit specifically because of that reason. Getting a big, muscular, strong waist more often than not doesn't actually look very good. Can I move my piss basket? No, that's where it stays. That's its home. What is this 140 samurai bullshit that was supposed to make it interesting? Yeah, believe it or not, that was making it interesting. Gideon caused some problems. Only reason I say that is to, I don't know, hopefully redirect some sort of attention to if anybody was somewhat misguided on it. If your goal, if your biggest problem and your goal is to get more women, that's what you're fucking shooting for. It often isn't a great strategy to just not talk to anybody, go full monk mode, grind the shit out of the gym to just make yourself look subjectively better. If you want to do that for your own reasons, you want to get strong, you'll want to get big because that's how you want to look. Sure. But if you want to get big because you think that's how other people want you to look, that's oftentimes not the case. I think Samurai... I think Samurai's the favorite, yeah. Confessor and Wretch both got a good chance, though, I think. I called it. Samurai would be fastest. Congratulations. You and just about everyone else managed to make the easy bet. I don't know what's going... Dude, I don't know what the fuck's happening here. My game is... The frame pacing's off. Dude, I'm dropping frames all over the fucking place, dude. I don't think I put anything in that. Alright. Yeah, I mean... Rapiers aren't great weapons. The Crystalian test isn't looking great on this run. Wretch certainly doesn't need any sort of special rules made for him. Wretch is gonna be a pretty fast run. No. The classes aren't getting second chances. Like, listen. Like I said, I can't control for player skill variance. I'm not trying to. It's not like I'm trying to do some fucking scientific research paper here. But I think you guys are really not considering the fact that worse classes are gonna lead to longer fights, are gonna lead to more opportunities to fuck up. So it's not just like, oh, you messed up more on that class. It's unfair. Maybe the equipment fucking sucked more, leading to more mistakes. Did I light the Rhea Lucaria fire? I hope so. 'Cause I need the dex tier. Best of 7 to determine the true winner. Yes. Excellent idea. No. Top 3 is not getting a fucking second run. You know why? You know, take a fucking guess as to why. Because if I do a second run, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna die. At some point. And then you're gonna say, doesn't count. Reset the run. Like this doesn't even solve the problem that you're trying to make it solve. Not to mention the fact that solving this problem is a fucking fool's errand. Top 2? Brilliant idea. I've got an even better. Let's do top 1. Top 1 gets a run redo. I hope we can all come to terms with that. All right, excellent. So, when we are gonna redo the top 1 run, okay? Considering the fact that we will already have known who won, I will not be redoing the top 1. Since that's useless. Top 1 rerun, but you can change gear and armor. Ah.
To determine if you had. It seems
I like it.
Whereas I'm in. There is
Streamer.
Gathering plate.
I just want you to speedrun the game. I don't give a shit. Roberto, thanks for the tier 1. Okay, wait, shit. No, I needed to go there. It's fine. Prisoner was never gonna win anyway. Okay, no.
You're no matter loud, you're...
Nice. Nice and upgraded. That's what we like to see, baby. Oh, I didn't get the dex tier. That's fine. It's overrated. Who cares about the dex tier? Not me. Okay. I forgot to put that on too. Okay then. Oh, dude. I don't know what's going on. But there's all sorts of frame drops happening right now. I gotta restart the game, but I don't want to restart it in the middle of a run.
Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
All right, I need to go get the dex tier. I need to finish leveling this weapon to plus 12, and then we continue Stormville.
Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. It's tightly.
Dude, what is going on with this run, dude? I don't think I saw the fucking bridge grease there. Oh, fuck, dude. That was more expensive than I thought it was gonna be. Well, you know, the routing on this run's a little bit scuffed. And by a little bit, I mean the routing on this run is fucked. Oh no, dude. Getting the dex tier is like impractically impossible at this point. That was the tactical get smacked by the ballista move. Bet you never seen that move. I mean, dex tier's really far out of the way anyway, to the point where it's arguably not worth it. That's why strength builds have an advantage. Because the dex gear is just out of the way. So we'll call it an experiment. We're seeing if dex builds without grabbing the dex tier are secretly a good... Dude, okay, what the fuck is that hitbox? Okay. Every time I roll that move, and then it just has the most disgustingly long, lingering hitbox I've ever fucking seen. How are you not staggered? Seems like you should be staggered. Ow. Nope, this weapon does not bleed. If it did bleed, this might actually be a pretty good class. But it doesn't.
I am the Lord of all.
Okay. So we gotta go level up our weapon.
We'll return
Then we go do Radon.
to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Run straight to Kaled. Grab great sword. Crank strength until you can two-hand it. Proceed to bully everything. That's your strength run. It's been an impressive amount of not reading today. I gotta admit. Okay, what's going on? Why is there a flood of music questions? Jesus, man. All right, there isn't music because I like making the YouTube videos better by giving editorial freedom. I also have to imagine if you've watched very much of my channel, you've probably heard all of these music tracks dozens of times. Okay. Can I pause the timer and restart the game? I'm gonna pause the timer and restart the game. These frame drops are annoying the shit out of me. I'm gonna get into Redmane, quit out, and pause the timer. better yet, just call the run here. Ah, smart. Okay. Let's hope that fixes it. Hello? All right. Thank you. I guess I could fully restart the PC. We'll see if this fixes it. I wouldn't even have to end stream. I can restart the gaming PC, no problem, brother. Pause the embedded stream? Ah, maybe. Good old Fextra Life doing some big old fucking. Wouldn't be the first time. All right, and start. I think it seems better.
Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh.
Thank you.
The festival. But now.
Gotta love Fextra Life, am I right? Just casually view botting their Twitch channel. Sorry, not view botting. Completely legitimate viewers that just don't happen to be watching. That was close. I did upgrade this weapon, right? I'm not doing this with a +5, right? Man. This weapon kind of stinks, huh? I mean, granted, we haven't really leveled much. And we didn't grab the dex tier. Come on, bro. Can we stop fucking delaying this shit? Time to die. Thank you. I mean, we'll see. We'll see in a moment here. Okay, DTS. Oops. Might as well do that. And then we're just gonna pump the shit out of Dex. Oh, I don't even think... I don't think we're gonna need to level any health. I don't, maybe. Might need a little. Breaking news, thrusting sword is bad. More at 11. Yes. I don't know who was betting on prisoner, but I saw lots of prisoner believers in the chat. You guys are kind of smoking crack, bro. I mean, granted, the routing that I pulled on this run is was not very good. But I think I made up for it in boss execution. But weapon kind of stinky pee pee poo poo. We'll see. I don't know. We just leveled up quite a bit, so maybe that clutches up. Maybe it's got crazy good scaling and its base damage is just awful. Fuck! Why was I standing up? What the hell caused... Okay, that was risky. Damn. Is this your first run, or have you done any other classes yet? Okay. Now, I'm not gonna lie. The amount of times I've seen this question confuses me. I mean, the answer's literally on the screen. Man, can you imagine status effects with this build? These R1s are actually kind of fucking cracked. Okay, I got greedy. Now that one's my bad. That one's my bad. You could do what Dado does when he gets asked the same question over and over. Just make timers take 80% of the screen. I do like the passive aggressiveness of Destiny 2 streamers' chat overlays or OBS overlays, because if you ever go in there whenever like something that gets asked about a lot is going on, it's always just these massive like green text letters with the answer to the question. Oh my god, that was fast. Oops. Restart prisoner run. Absolutely not. Again, listen, guys. Listen. If the gear is more shit, it's gonna make the likelihood that mistakes happen higher. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this gear's kinda shit. It's not as shit as Astrologer, but it's kinda shit. To make it even be reasonably competitive on damage, you gotta go for multiple R1s in a punish window, which increases the likelihood that mistakes happen. It's not like these two things are just entirely unrelated to each other. No. Sorcery is the opposite of fast. In any of it. Also, splitting levels is just a solid way to be good at absolutely nothing. The only run where I upgraded 2 weapons was the hero? No, warrior? Yeah, warrior with the 2 curved swords. And the only reason why that is kind of okay is because they're the same weapon that scale with the same stats. If you try to build out for 2 weapons that scale off different stats, you're fucked. Like, imagine being 30 decks in that fight that we just had. That fight was not great with 45 decks. So you kind of got to pick a lane. And in this case, picking the lane that isn't spellcasting is a really good idea. His spell casting has a slow setup time. Oh, listen, even if Prophet had a perfectly executed run, which is unreasonable. It's not like the previous times were perfectly executed runs. I think that's what you guys are forgetting here. You're acting like every previous time I've gotten was like some fucking mega perfect in every single way kind of run. In the current run, I'm just fucking playing way worse than I was. But even if it was perfectly executed, it would not have beat Vagabond. We should have kept track of the number of deaths for each run. Well, even that is a bad proxy, because like I've also been saying, when the equipment is better, you're less likely to make a mistake, which means you're less likely to die. And that's not because you played better, that's because the equipment is better. Did I not light that fire? I think I lit that fire. I hope I lit that fire. Son of a bitch, I didn't light that fire. Listen. Prisoner is the sacrificial lamb, okay? He never had a chance. He just really doesn't have a chance now. Winged Sword Insignia is a pretty overrated talisman. First off, I don't grab it on these speedruns because it's very unlikely that it actually saves me more time than it takes to get. Even if it was quite a good talisman. But second off, it's not very easy to actually ramp it up. Like, when you're playing the game, try to pay attention to how often you actually attack multiple times in a row. And, importantly, pay attention to when you actually, like, don't just eat attacks. Because, you know, if you're just spamming attacks many times in a row and then you get hit, that's not exactly a sustainable strategy. But, you know, just pay attention to how often you can actually reasonably, how many times you can actually reasonably attack in a row. And then take a look at how the Winged Sword Insignia works. Like, you see, I'm getting 3 attacks in a row here. So it's gonna ramp up to There was a lot of attacks in a row when he was staggered. Don't get me wrong. It's good for those kinds of situations, but yeah, that's niche. That's too niche to be super applicable. But it buffs it by like 5%, maybe like 7%. And then it's probably going to average out to like around a 5% buff. I mean, let's be generous and say it averages out to around like 8%, which I think really is being generous. That's still quite conditional on execution, and it's not a very big damage buff. It's made for things that work with it that do lots of hits in a row. Like I think Carrion Slicer works with it, and that would be a really good example of what it's meant to be used for. But it's not like this universal, you have light weapon, you use this talisman kind of thing. Shifty Boy, thanks for the tier 1. Okay.
The throne, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
It feels like I'm supposed to be going for charged heavies, but the moveset for the R1s is just so much better. But it doesn't get stance damage. Or it doesn't get very much stance damage. You know?
Hi, Mr. String.
Professional idiot. Thanks for the 4 months. That's good damage. It's not really. This weapon isn't doing great. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, so we're gonna go get.
Allow me.
We're gonna go get the bell bearing.
A husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame.
Yeah. We're gonna go get the bell bearing, and then we're gonna go to Round Table and pick up the 4th talisman pouch when it's on the way. Actually more optimal routing. Not even a meme this time. See, I'm making up for it. I'm making up for all the routing throws by giving Prisoner a unique routing advantage. Will prisoner be worse than astrologer? Oh, God, no. And I think prisoner's actually at a somewhat competitive time right now. Somewhat. I mean, Samurai was in Mountaintop of the Giants right now, I think. No, I haven't seen Across the Spider-Verse. I haven't gone to a movie theater in... When did Star Wars Episode 9 release? It was like 4 years ago or something, right? That was the last movie I saw in a theater. See, listen, guys, when I told you I don't go outside earlier in the stream, that wasn't hyperbole to make like a joke. Like, I actually don't go outside. Full-time basement dweller. Yes, exactly. Just like me, for real, for real. On God, no cap, on a stack, straight bussin'. What made the astrologer run so bad? Well, the gathering time for magic in general is long. And then astrologer had like no fucking payoff. Glintstone Pebble is FP efficient, but it is low DPS. Okay, so we get the bell bearing, we go to round table, we go get ritual sword, we go back to mountaintops. Help me pay back my student loans, brother. Okay, I got a question for you, dog. Why'd you get a student loan that doesn't help you get a higher paying job? skill issue. Correct. Okay, I need that, and I'll buy that as well, because why not? I don't need to pop that right now.
I didn't. I'll be doing much. Just lay out your...
Nope, 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 nope. There. We go there. Hey, listen, upon reading the chat, that at least makes me a little bit happy. I've been saying for years the reason why I dropped out of college was it was obvious to me that the service that the college was providing was oversaturated and probably was not going to return on its investment. And it frustrated the hell out of me that so many people overvalued it. I'm glad to see that sentiment's changing.
Looking good, ETW.
There we go. Okay, I think I need a little bit of sauce there and then a bit more sauce there. Mostly only problem in America? Yes. Correct. That's because every other country with quote-unquote free subsidized education found the same exact problem of people going to college and getting things that didn't actually help them improve their lives or the country's health. And then they started to implement relatively strict performance standards and entrance exams. Which, to be fair, that's not even like objectively better. The upside is you don't get fucked over and accidentally end up in a spot where you really don't want to be. The downside is you don't have the freedom to pursue that kind of thing unless you're already like relatively predisposed for it. Depends what they go for. Oh yeah, of course. Obviously. There's all sorts of good and useful reasons to go to college. There's also all sorts of bad and useless reasons to go to college. I'm going to college because I put a lot of work into high school to get a full ride scholarship to the school I'm attending. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't be going. But since I have to pay, housing included, don't have to pay, I'm going for 4 years in case it helps me out. Oh, Jesus, I'm in the wrong spot. Yeah, you do you, man. I'm not making any sort of judgment call here. Something that I do see a lot of college students misevaluate, though, is the fact that their time is valuable. I see a lot of college student sentiment that goes something along the lines of, I'll just spend 4 years and it's not like I'll be in debt at the end of it. But 4 years is worth a lot, man. Don't undersell your time. Your time is worth a hell of a lot more than probably any debt you could put yourself into. I mean, if you manage to rack up like 300K in student loans in 4 years, you might struggle to find a job straight out of high school that's going to pay you that much. But even like 100K, that's only 25K a year. Not to say that you should get 100K in debt, but the point I'm trying to make is the time that you spend there oftentimes is more expensive than the money that you spend there. So, make sure you're getting a return, because it's not just money that you're spending. Is that 100K for top grade colleges, or is that an average? You could probably look it up. I imagine the average student loans are in between like 20 and 30, if I had to guess. But there's a stupid like party culture around college, at least in America, which oftentimes involves going out of state and spending 3 times as much money to get away from parents and quote unquote find yourself, while completely shitting all over your early financial life. I wouldn't advise doing that. Feel so called out. And listen, yes, I am calling you out. Don't feel too bad. It's not uncommon. What the fuck is going on here? However, it is still a bad idea. Yo, my man is double balled up. Ah! Come on, man. I got cucked by the shield, bro. Jesus. I feel like community college get slept on majorly. Oh yeah, of course it does. Community colleges are like the easy and obvious way. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say obvious. They're the easy and best way to pursue the goals of college. Like by far. The only exception being is if you do have a full ride scholarship to a not community college that you think you would actually be more productive at. You gotta be really careful with that last part though, because a lot of non-community colleges aren't actually there to teach you something. They're there to convince you that this is gonna be the funnest time of your life with the lazy river and the rock climbing wall and all these fucking amenities, dude. More often than not, like state colleges have advertisement campaigns that look like fucking cruises rather than colleges. Oopsie. Oh, that was too early. But we're good. We're chilling. Fuck, man. Ah, damn it. Listen, it's prison. It's the throwaway run. Listen. You fucking jump, nerd. Come on, brother. What the hell kind of shit is going on here, bro? Listen. Oh my god. Rapiers are so underrated with that stamina consumption, man. Okay, look. This weapon would be good if it did status effect buildup. But the way that this weapon is right now, this weapon fucking sucks. Like, the moveset of spamming R1s is good. Don't get me wrong. And it would do an amazing job of building up status. But it just does not do a whole lot of damage. Sick. As far as community college is concerned, for undergraduate shit, at least from my understanding, I don't think there's much of a difference in the name on the paper for anything undergraduate related. It matters a lot more for, like, graduate degrees. But for the most part, an undergrad degree is an undergrad degree. No matter if you paid $100K for it or $50. I didn't find that it mattered that much for a graduate degree either, assuming you don't want to become a professor at an Ivy League. Well, I imagine a lot of graduate degrees are pursued for the sake of doing some fancy shit like that. Obviously not all. Is there universities in the States as well? What? Okay, maybe this might just be like a definition thing. University and college in American English means the same thing. It has some scaling of strength. Why not?
I have this world and death. Are you to commit?
Usually what you get with higher with like more prestigious schools is like networking, prestige, like some degree of like nepotism. You usually don't get like a better education. And for most instances, employers just want to know that you know things. They don't really care if you came recommended by some posh fuck at a university. They want to know you can dedicate yourself. And I don't think that's necessarily true anymore. I don't think that's a benefit of college. Or at least in my mind it isn't. If I was... Well, I guess I technically am an employer. I don't look at college degrees for the people who I hire though, but hypothetically if I did look at college degrees and I was an employer, I wouldn't perceive it as an indication that they're perseverant. And that's mostly because of the cultural shift around college where it's not the abnormal thing to do anymore. You don't go to college if you want to be like different and make yourself stand out. It's more or less the normal thing to do. And so I don't think it's indicative of, on its own, I don't think it's necessarily indicative of being perseverant or determined or anything along those lines. I might look at it the opposite way. If you acquired a bunch of skills without any college degree, I would say that is perseverance. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's how I think about it as well. I don't know if that's how like the job market in general thinks about it, but that's how I would think about it. Like I don't think it's very indicative of character traits.
What hope is thou to prove? No sense in arguing, I see.
Because it's no, like I said, because it's now like the normal thing to do, which is another like disadvantage of college being overvalued. It no longer indicates those kinds of traits anymore, at least by my perception. we'll forget that one happened. I think the learning things you aren't necessarily interested in can be a good indication of perseverance. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like I said, that's just my opinion about it. That's how I view it. I don't know if that's necessarily indicative of some larger interpretation, like job market sentiment. Son of a bitch. Okay. Fucking noble presence, dude. Uh-oh. All right, sick. Okay. You know, I gotta admit, I'm kind of shocked where Prisoner's at right now. This one actually, I don't think the other runs, any other run necessarily got too much of the short end of the stick as far as how I was playing, but Prisoner actually got fucked with how I was playing. And it's kind of on a good time. Oh my. Oh! Jesus, bro. Get in with thrusting sword easy. Well, they nerfed thrusting sword, so dude, come on. I got stuck in a fucking permanent death loop, dude. Okay. Okay, that's not a throw. What do you mean throw? What did you want me to do about the dude sending this fucking shit into my back? What kind of fucking miracle did you want me to pull there? Well, you can't spawn in the air. I spawned right on the edge of that pillar. However, the animation of standing up caused me to slip off. Okay, listen. If it was looking like Prisoner could actually beat the, like, get close to beating the samurai time, I might have redone this run to give it a better shot. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? But I think even with proper execution, this is probably, Prisoner hypothetically probably would have been like a top 3 placer at best. What happened earlier to throw the run? I just haven't been paying as much attention as I should have been. But the lesson here might actually be
Wretched under 2 :
we really
OH
reduced
items.
our gathering time. Like, we didn't grab Dex tier. And I mean, granted, the damage hasn't been great on this run, and the early game probably suffered because of it. But I don't think it... I think Dex tier is too far out of the way to actually rationalize getting. I don't think it saves that much. So I think Prisoner's definitely benefiting from that a little bit. But yeah, even with proper execution, I don't think Prisoner is beating Samurai here. Wretch under 2 hours? Oh yeah, Wretch should be under 2 hours. It probably could have beat Vagabond. I don't think we can beat Vagabond now. I mean, maybe we could. We have a real good endgame. Okay. The rolling R1 into the regular R1 is a much slower animation than just 2 R1s. That's what fucked me there. But listen. There's been quite a bit of that, but I don't think that's even necessarily like throwing. I don't think that's like fucking the run. I mean, the routing mistakes, the occasional misdodge, that's fucking the run. Don't get me wrong, but that shit where it's multiple hits in a row because that's how this weapon plays. I mean, that's indicative that this weapon is a bit more goofy to use, you know. It's at least partially an equipment problem. Because it's definitely way harder to get optimal DPS with a weapon that you have to attack multiple times with versus one that, you know, you only have time for one punish in attack windows. Hey, bro, what the fuck? And you can say, ah, but Mr. Streamer, just don't be greedy, or something along those lines. But then it's like, all right, well, the damage is going to be significantly reduced, and the shit's going to go slower. So, you know, at the very least, it's partially an equipment issue. Sick.
Astonished. Why cover destined death?
Okay. Yeah, I really don't know how Prisoner is going this fast, man. This isn't making sense to me. Because the boss fights have not been fast. Like, this build is not good. I don't know where the hell the time save was. All right. We hope that two-handed R1s do enough poise damage to stagger Gideon. And if they do, this won't be awful. If they don't, this will be awful.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen America has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
Not awful.
A tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you.
Gideon has like negative 100 poise. Hey, listen, tell that to the bandit run. Gideon fucked the bandit run because the dagger doesn't do enough poise damage. And that what I just did to him is kind of the only way to make that boss fight reasonable. Every other way is a complete RNG fiesta clown fuckery circus. Yeah, Bandit was doing pretty good until Gideon. Nice. Hey, cool.
Tarnished. Thy strength befits a crown.
Radigan and Elden Beast aren't going to be great with this class. I think sub 2 is probably reasonable. Yeah, Radigan and Elden Beast aren't going to be great because we don't do a whole lot of stance damage. And it's not like we do damage that they're necessarily weak to. It was a tactical flask wasting. Shit. All right, that's good RNG. Very nice. second set of rings? No, not yet. All right. No, that was a pretty good Elden Beast fight. Wasn't bad at all. All right. 156.31. Definitely should have beat Hero. I don't think it had any chance beating Samurai. It maybe could have beaten Vagabond. Prisoner could not have beaten Samurai. I did not throw away 16 minutes on that run. Okay, now something that does have a pretty good chance of beating Samurai is Confessor. Confessor could be the one to do it. Oops. But before we do that, I'm going to the bathroom. The room is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I made it. I just finished the last 2 acoustic panels this morning. All right. Let's go take a look at broadsword so that we can make a bit more of a plan here. Broadsword is a better strength scaling weapon. I didn't expect that, but that's good news. Okay, so strength tier. Charged attack tier, I guess. Warrior Jar Shard. Radigan Sword Seal. Ritual Sword, Ritual Shield. That seems like the move to me. Spam the fuck out of square off. Cool. All right. This looks like the room of a mid-2000s serial killer whose day job is working at a tech startup. You caught me. But you see, the difficult part about me being a serial killer is that I don't go outside and I don't talk to people. It's hard to kill people when you don't talk to people. Well. Okay. I guess we're just gonna restart this then? Okay, we're gonna take this back to 1610-35. Okay, did that work? Okay, that didn't work. What the fuck? I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, it's supposed to work. Dude, I don't understand a live split. It's such a... I'm very grateful that it exists, but it doesn't seem to work very often. Like, it's goofy in the way that it works. Maybe I have to... Okay. Yeah, like I needed to click the reset button to do what I wanted rather than just manually inputting the time. All right, there goes. Now, Samurai does still have an advantage over the Confessor in that because of the bleed, it was able to go through Stormveil with a +0 weapon. Whereas Confessor doesn't really want to do that. However, Confessor should just be a strictly better version of Vagabond. Because Broadsword is just a strictly better version of Longsword. Okay. And I believe longsword was more of a balanced weapon. I think its scaling values were more even, whereas this one's more of a strength weapon, which is good because strength stuff is easier to get.
Have they, sir? But you, I can turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will some torrent. Treat him with.
Okay. So strength tier, first thing up. Then we get the sleep pot stuff. I'm not decided between charged attack talisman and warrior jar shard, so I'm probably just gonna get both. Okay, I wasn't sure I actually hit the ground there. I thought I might have died from fall damage. I'm probably just gonna get both in case I decide for some reason square off isn't the strat.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Oh, I am please. My thank just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all. What are you playing at? Wait, I see. I see it now. Humans all lose their wits eventually. Then there's nothing left.
Fucking mosquito. Leave me alone. Jesus, bro.
Was my whole existence just
My God. Hey, listen, I would love to harvest homeboy shards without needing to kill him. But it just ain't possible, bro. Or maybe it is possible. We just don't have the technology. I would let my homies harvest my shards. Yeah, that's a real friend right there. right. We're waiting for Radigan's Source Seal.
1 whole year of bush.
Yes. I heckin' love full years of bush. Thanks for the 12 months, Taylor. I appreciate it. Brother. That was sketchy. Yo, isn't it supposed to be nighttime? This doesn't look like nighttime to me. I mean, I guess it is. Night guy didn't get aggroed. Bro. Hit the fucking teleport! Jesus, dude. Why didn't I use a homeward bone? Sir, we are playing Elden Ring. You're thinking of the wrong game. No duh. Oh shit. Yeah, there you go. You got there. Okay. And then yeah, we do need to head up to Liurnia, even though I don't want to. We gotta do Liurnia and Altus. The fuck are they doing down there? penis. I'm trying to block. I'm not trying to cast urgent heal. All right, get the stupid fucking thing off my hand. Okay. Now, what do we get in Liurnia? We get the bell. And that's it. No dex tier. None of that shit. We just get the bell. Then we head up to Altus, light the fire. Get the second bell. Then get our weapon to like +6, +7. Margit. Weapon to +12. Godric. Radon. BTS. Orgot. Ain't no Weenie Hut Junior Dex tier crap. That's right. Fuck them. So a strength tier in Radigan Sword Seal. I mean, that priority one's probably getting to 60 strength effectively, which means 40 strength when two-handing, which means 25 strength with the Dex tier plus Radigan Sword Seal. So 25 strength, and then probably level Dex to probably 35 so that it reaches the 40 soft cap. Then strength up to effectively 80, which it's a pain in the ass to figure out. Like 55, right? Yeah, right around 55. 55 minus 15, so 40. So we do 25 strength to 35 dex to 45. Is that what I said? 45? No, 40. 25, 35, 40. All right, that's what we do. I tried Jedi Survivor on Grandmaster or whatever and got two-shot by some fucking chickens. I haven't played Jedi Survivor yet. I played Jedi Fallen Order on Grandmaster, and I liked the game, but I couldn't help but feel like it was not made at all whatsoever for the Grandmaster difficulty. the game didn't really want you to be playing perfectly. Because like the animations were weird. Like these lightsaber fucks would twirl their lightsaber around like 20 times and have it pass through your body like 20 times. And then the hitbox would appear. And that's when you were supposed to parry it. But like that shit already, the animation of it already spun through your shit like 4 fucking times. Like figuring out exactly when you were supposed to parry was really annoying. I feel like very few games actually benefit from having higher difficulties. I don't know if that's the lesson. I think the lesson is if you're gonna have essentially game modes in your game, then you should check that they like function. Like this is the reason why or at least part of the reason why a lot of the Souls community doesn't like the idea of implementing an easy mode, because if you implement more like difficulty settings, it changes the balancing to the point where like it essentially breaks the game. I mean, it doesn't literally break the game, but like it doesn't really play like it's supposed to necessarily. Like if you just halved the health of like a lot of the enemies in this game, like it wouldn't really play as well. It wouldn't be tuned nearly as well. And obviously that's quite a bit difficult. It's pretty difficult to do when you have a... What the fuck? How'd that not hit me? Pretty difficult to do when you have a whole bunch of difficulty modes. But I wouldn't necessarily hate the idea of more games in general doing one specifically catered difficulty. Rather than different difficulty modes. But that goes against this... difficulty modes are like the very easy, dumb way to add accessibility. Like they're the super scuffed way to do it. That doesn't actually work super well. It's the easy way to solve that problem. And also, accessibility is the wrong word. I'm going to be fucking pedantic about it, but the difficulty options aren't accessibility, and they've never been accessibility. It annoys the shit out of me when people ask for an easy mode in Elden Ring for accessibility purposes. And they hide behind disabled gamers like, oh, think of the fucking disabled people. It's not the fact that I just don't like this experience that From Software wants to provide. It From Software just isn't thinking of the disabled people. I hate that fucking argument. Like, accessibility features are like subtitles and like more like forgiving kind of like puzzle mechanics, like God of War, the way that it makes doing those puzzles like less intricate and difficult, colorblind mode, like unique controller support. And it's just an implication that bothers me. Like, somebody has the gall to say that all disabled people are incapable of pursuing an intentionally difficult game because they're disabled. That just bothers the fuck out of me. Like, yes, let's fight for them to be literally able to play the game, you know, with their colorblind mode and the subtitles and fucking, you know, adaptable controller support so that they are capable of performing the actions. But this implication that disabled people don't want to do difficult things because they're disabled is fucking wild. It's also just like a wild virtue signal. Like, I'm the good person thinking about the disabled people. Which... it bothers me. Because it's ironically not really thinking about the disabled people. It's using them as a tool. As a disabled gamer, I don't need an easy mode. I just need Elden Ring to give me the option to turn off motion blur because my god. I think it also the easy mode conversation comes from like a fundamentally incorrect assumption that adding an easy mode doesn't detract from the game in any sort of way. Oh shit, what am I doing? I gotta go to round table. But it does. Because if there was an easy mode in the game, I can't imagine nearly as many people, of many reasons, but just as an example, I can't imagine nearly as many people would have persevered and stuck through the challenging boss fight that they were having, and in a moment of weakness, they would have changed their difficulty setting, and they wouldn't have enjoyed that experience nearly as much, simply because the option was available. On top of several other factors. And so this idea that like disabled gamers wouldn't want to pursue the experience that From Software provides because they're disabled is just ironically a very, very bigoted point of view. And obviously, of course, the game isn't for everybody. And this idea that it has to be for everybody, it doesn't work. Well, listen, homie, I just described to you a situation in which the difficulty mode existing would make the experience worse for that player. But I suppose you didn't want to hear that. The process itself of overcoming adversity is entertaining, at least to some people. And to say that that's not a valid thing for someone to want to pursue, you just don't get to say that. You don't get to choose that. How do I know how they feel? Hold on. You think I'm the one that's prescribing emotions to... Okay, whatever, bro. I ain't getting into it. I would advise you to go listen to what I said again. Because you missed the point. Disagreed, therefore missed the point. No. Missed the point, therefore missed the point. You see, when somebody comes back at you with a straw man argument, it usually means that they either intentionally misunderstood or actually misunderstood. I could tell he missed the point because of his response. Cause and effect. You absolutely are ascribing feelings, my guy. I did listen to what you said, and just because you'd feel worse about changing the difficulty doesn't mean someone else would. Okay, so, alright, let's be fucking pedantic about this. I feel that I would, in a moment of weakness, this isn't even necessarily true of me, but sure, whatever, I'll do it because we're deciding to be fucking pedantic. I feel that in a moment of weakness, I would change the difficulty and I would find the experience less satisfying because of it. You don't get to tell me what I would feel. Because I am the sole authority on my feelings. Okay? Are we happy? And for that reason, the lack of a difficulty mode improves the experience for me. I was using a hypothetical because it doesn't necessarily apply to me. I think I am more perseverant than average. But again, because we decided to be fucking pedantic about it, this is where we're at. And this idea that that's an invalid way to think because it causes someone else to not enjoy the game, it doesn't work. Because no matter what, someone is enjoying the game less. You don't get to say which one is more virtuous or which one is better. Different things being for different people is okay. There's no such thing as a game or a piece of entertainment that is exactly what everyone wants. There's always trade-offs. And Soul's catering to this community that wants to be forced to overcome a challenge. Now, is a good thing. Diversity is our strength, friend. People having their preferences and pursuing their preferences is good. And if you want to believe that I'm just coming up with some sort of ridiculous circumstance that doesn't apply, there's no way there's a significant amount of people that would possibly agree with this sentiment. And I suppose my question would be, why is Elden Ring so popular? If it's following the exact same philosophy that I'm following, or the exact same argument that I'm making, why is it so popular if this is a supposed non-existent subset of gamers? Okay, are you not directly maybe I am misunderstanding. Are you prescribing implementing a difficulty mode into Elden Ring? Assuming that's what you're prescribing, then I completely understand what you're saying. And I am demonstrating to you why that has the potential to make somebody's experience worse. And that's the only thing you need to understand. Because if it has the potential to make somebody's experience worse, then that means it's a valid niche to fill. And here's maybe what you're misunderstanding. Maybe you think that I'm saying that playing on an easy mode would be less satisfying for some players than playing on a hard mode. Maybe, okay, I think that might be the confusion here. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the presence of a difficulty slider has the potential to make somebody's experience worse. the existence of it. I'm not saying that I'm not making the argument that playing on an easier difficulty makes a person's experience worse. I'm making the argument that having the option to play on an easier difficulty makes the player's experience worse. Maybe that's the fundamental misunderstanding here. Because you still seem to be approaching this from the point of view of, well, it doesn't hurt anybody. Just adding a difficulty slider doesn't hurt anybody, so therefore it should be added. But what I'm saying, and what I'm trying to demonstrate, is just adding a difficulty slider does hurt somebody.
Welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival.
And so if that is the case, then that means that catering to that audience is valid. Well, no, this could certainly apply to any game, but Elden Ring just happens to be an example of a game that recognized that having a difficulty slider had the potential to make somebody's player experience worse. Elden Ring is an example of game design that agrees with me. A lot of other game design doesn't agree with me, and it doesn't have to. Or maybe agreement isn't the right word. Elden Ring is an example of a game that's following the kind of game design that I'm describing. A lot of other game designs don't take that same approach. And that's fine. It's entirely up to them which audience they want to cater to. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that there is an audience that doesn't want difficulty sliders. And the presence of difficulty sliders would make their experience worse. And just because you're not a member of that audience doesn't mean that you get to say they're not allowed to have games made for them. Huh? Oh, dude, I got fucked by the sticky lightning, man. I think I've articulated my point as well as I can. I don't think anyone's going to be misunderstanding anymore. So, agree or disagree, up to you. Oh, wait. If a game doesn't want them, that's fine too. Then what are you fucking arguing about, bro? If you actually think that you don't want whatever, dude. You're arguing to argue. The fuck, this one's going down the drain, dude. The lightning always has fucky hitboxes. Jesus, bro. Have a very well articulated and meaningful argument backing Bushy, but I'ma be real, I'm way too tired to type it all out. Well, listen, like here's what it comes down to. I don't even I don't need you guys to understand the exact specifics, but here's the framework. All you have to do to demonstrate that it can be a good idea to not have difficulty options is to show that there is at least some benefit to not having difficulty options. It's a pretty low bar of proof. What the fuck? Because the entire counter argument rests on this idea that it doesn't hurt anybody to have difficulty options. If that assumption is wrong, then the entire counter argument doesn't work. Because more often than not, what that actually means is the people that it hurts are people that I don't want games to be catered for. Okay, there we go. So, if you can imagine any ridiculous hypothetical in your mind, some omega niche fucking hypothetical of where a difficulty slider would actually hurt the experience for some players somewhere, somehow, some way, then that means that that is a niche that exists that can be targeted. And that at least in one circumstance, difficulty sliders do hurt somebody. No matter what settings exist, someone is going to be negatively affected. It's all about which people you're most okay with adversely affecting, because a perfect solution doesn't exist. Yes. And instead of trying to make every game for every person, a much more realistic and good solution is to make different games for different people. You don't make all games for the same group of people. You make different games for different people. That's how you make gaming as a whole inclusive and accessible. But if you try to make every game work for everybody, I mean, you're living in a fantasy land. It doesn't work. Oh my god. Okay. He didn't get the stagger. Son of a bitch. You know, I thought I was gonna like square off more on this run compared to Vagabond, but I don't think I do. Wow. I'm fucking throwing. Okay, listen. If the time on this one's looking good, it might be worthy of a restart. I got lost in the sauce on this one a bit.
Hey Bushy, how's the new place?
It's cool. Good. I like it. Thanks for the 2 months, security cop. There we go. I also really just don't want to restart. Supposed to get 35 decks. 25, 35, then 40. I'm like 20 minutes behind. No. I'm nowhere close to 20 minutes behind. I died to a couple bosses a couple times. I'm like 5 to 10 minutes behind at most. Shit. All right. And also, I'm not taking full blame for that shit either. Confessor's at least partially to blame. Because this weapon isn't doing great early game, man. And I was expecting a bit more. This weapon is obviously way worse than Uchi. So, I mean, unless, like, the mid and late games start looking like this thing's uber competitive, like, it's not passing the smell test for being fastest run. Yeah, blame the confessor. Hey, listen. For all you guys that are saying, I'm playing too bad, you need to give confessor a fair shot. Like I've been saying. If the equipment is worse, then more mistakes are gonna happen because there's gonna be more time to make mistakes. Now, that's not to say I was getting lost in the sauce there in the Radon fight. I ain't gonna lie. But maybe I wouldn't have been getting lost in the sauce if the weapon was a bit better, huh? If Prisoner was at 42 minutes in Lane Dell, no, there's no way. I don't believe that. The fucking setup phase takes over 30 minutes. Well, shit. Does Confessor have like really low health or something, man? I don't know what I'm getting one shots like a lot. Maybe the armor is like quite a bit worse. The fuck am I doing? no. I don't think people say level vigor because they're getting one-shots. Most of the time, people say level vigor because they don't know where to put their damage stats. And they want to survive 12 hits instead of 11. Faceless. Thank you for the 3 months. Okay, what the fuck? What was that? What's going on here, bro? Look at that time save right there. Okay, 35. I think you're also a bit greedier with Confessor because you tried the same run. Well, I mean, the context of how I'm playing is obviously a little bit different, but I'm trying to play in a way that's going to kill the bosses fast enough to be competitive. And Square Off is not a very fast Ash of War, which, because of the equipment, that is leading to more mistakes. Really? I really don't know how Vagabond... What am I doing? I really don't know how Vagabond went as fast as he did. Yeah, like, this weapon really isn't that good. Maybe... I mean, 10 minutes is a lot slower. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Like, the difference between Vagabond and Samurai is fucking actually kind of insane. Like, maybe Vagabond didn't actually go really fast. And it's just an interpretation thing. Where because he's in second, it seems like he went fast. But 10 whole minutes slower is a lot slower. See, good example. Good example of when the gear is more shit and you have to fight the bosses for longer. Mistakes and bullshittery happens. You know, like if we have Uchi there, just as an example, that fight doesn't go on long enough for something like that to happen. Or for something like that to be likely to happen. Really? Oh, really? Alright, bro. Vagabond starts with a long sword and a halberd. Well, no, for context, the point that I'm trying to address here is for people saying, "Oh, you're not controlling for your player's skill level. The only thing affecting the outcome of the speed here is your variance from run to run, your player's skill variance from run to run." And what I'm trying to point out is with worse gear, worse gear literally makes you play worse on top of actually being worse. Come here, brother. Like it's not like equipment and player skill are entirely decoupled, independent variables here. Like they're linked. If you got worse gear, you're gonna make more mistakes. Okay. I don't know about play worse, but does make the fight take longer. Yeah, I'm sure, whatever. If you want to define play worse as making more mistakes per minute, then yeah. That doesn't really matter, though. We're making the same point.
You are unable to prevent the thorns. A husk, the only way and become my purpose. So I'd light to the flame then and guide you.
Yeah, I'm what my point being is I'm just trying to like combat this idea like, oh, you died more on this run. You need to do it over so that you play equally as well as the other runs. And it's like, well, if the gear is worse, I am gonna die more. And the goal also isn't to like, it's to do something fun. It's to do a goofy challenge. Goofy fun challenge for fun. You know? They use the spells at all this run. Well, the spells are useless. He's not necessarily ranking them. It's that like slight variance in skill per run will come out in a wash versus like the gear affecting the whole run systematically. Yes. Yes. The skill variance is impacting the times less than the gear changing the skill is impacting the run. And so even though it can look like I'm playing worse from run to run, that is at least partially because the equipment is worse from run to run. I expected a bit more out of Confessor, I'm not gonna lie. Confessor's pretty far behind right now, though. I believe... yeah, Vagabond was going into Fire Giant at 119. And I think a lot, at least part of the reason why this run's going slower is because I was trying to be competitive with Samurai. Which, given this equipment, it's probably not possible. This sword is not nearly as good as the Uchi. But, you know, that translated to also more mistakes because I tried to squeeze in more damage, which is more difficult. Wretch might be harder. I don't think so. I think Wretch could pull out a pretty solid second place. Beating Uchi seems unlikely. But I think it could pull out a pretty solid second place. Yeah, at the end of this, I think we're going to be able to pretty definitively say that Astrologer is the worst, probably Samurai is the best. without a whole lot of concern of skill variance being the issue there. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
Now, those have a challenge if I done well.
Oh, Jesus, bro. I never fucking bought the extra 3s. I've also just been kind of... Okay, that would go actually pretty far to explain some things. Oh, Jesus, man. What do I fucking need? I need that many? Okay. Yeah, Confessor's kind of getting fucked over. However, I think if Confessor wasn't getting fucked over, it would be sitting around Vagabond time. Oh, fuck, I didn't buy the talisman pouch. Oopsie. All right, let's see if this weapon isn't nearly as awful. Let's, okay, just for the sake of comparison at the end of it, Vagabond was going into Fire Giant at 119. Let's just hypothetically say that, Confessor went into Fire Giant at 119. We'll see how big of a time disadvantage we're at. And then when we finish the run, we'll take a look to see what it would have been if I had gone into Fire Giant at 119. And if it's like around Samurai time, You know, if that number is around like low 140s, I'll do this run over again to give it a fair shot. Oh, that's also why Radon was harder, come to think of it. I was supposed to have a plus 12 weapon. I had a plus 7 weapon. But yeah, we'll just run it like that. And if it's within, if with that handicap it's within a couple minutes of Samurai, we'll run it back. Because we'll assume that Vagabond early game was probably a little bit less than optimal as well. Bro, hello? Oh, I'm out of stamina. Would be cool to give a second chance for top 2 Samurai and Vagabond. No. Vagabond absolutely cannot compete with Samurai. A 10-minute difference? Like, what the hell do you... Like, if it was closer? Yeah, maybe. But a 10-minute difference? No. I mean, as an example, if you've been watching this run this entire time, this whole fucking catastrophe that we've had on this run, terribly unoptimal. All sorts of mistakes. Looks like it's fucking terrible. Going awfully. We're 10 minutes behind Vagabond. Yeah, just to conceptualize it. Because 10 minutes can seem like, oh, that's not a whole lot, and it's pretty close, but no, dude. That's what we're behind Vagabond right now. All of the mistakes, all of the deaths, all the shit that caused us all sorts of problems early on in this run. Pretty substantial amount, and it's only amounting to 10 minutes. Well, 11 minutes. Let's see when we're getting into Fire Giant. Yeah, right about 1:30, so 11 minutes. We're playing big serious now. Gonna give Confessor his chance at getting a redo. Because don't get me wrong, this time that we're about to do is not gonna be good. But if hypothetical handicap time was good, Confessor can earn his second chance. Just explained it in Zidium. It's totally. Hey, look at that. We're playing like a real boy now. But that fight was still probably slower than Samurai. But Confessor gets an 11-minute handicap to determine if he gets a redo. Meaning 151. Well, let's say 155. That means with an 11-minute handicap, he would be within 4 minutes of Samurai. And that 11-minute handicap is fair, given how we played the early game. Okay, strength. So,
I as well and death. Are you to commit?
If Confessor can get a 155 or lower, I'll give him another shot, because I think he's got a decent shot at actually getting fastest. If not, his time's going to be way slower than it should be, but it still is just not going to be in the realm of Samurai. So it's going to be what it is, and we're going to write it off. Write it off as an oopsie. One of the, not the worst class, not the best class. Astrologer was fucking pain. Please no more magic. I wouldn't be too worried about it if I was you. no. Astrologer earned his last place. And I actually feel pretty confident about all of the times, except for prisoner and soon to be confessor. All the times seem pretty reasonably accurate. But prisoner and confessor, yeah, I gave him quite a big disadvantage. Do we know CBD's times? I think he made a YouTube video. You guys could probably go find out on his YouTube video. He wasn't trying to do the exact same thing. He was trying to do something real similar. He was doing a 24-hour stream, and he wanted to beat the game with all of the starting classes within 24 hours was his goal. So he wasn't pitting the classes against each other. Why am I sitting down? Alright, because I needed to. CBD, the first time he tried it, he was at level 1. But then he quickly realized that wasn't going to happen.
This way, tarnished.
And then he stopped being at level 1.
No sense in arguing, I see.
And I can also that you're not then why I am Carl.
Okay.
Goodbye.
You skip do Godskin. Nope. I do not skip do Godskin. Can you jump? You skinny fuck! Jump! This skinny bitch. Bro. Okay, at least fucking sleep, fatty, please. Thank you. All right, you jump. Thank you. My God. I'm in range? His poise regened. Wow. Okay. I didn't think his poise was gonna regen. That sucks. That really sucks. And I only got 2 sleep pots now. Okay. Okay. $15-minute handicap now. Wow. I mean, if you want to. I don't think, like, the standard that we're playing to here isn't perfect play. It's focused play, which, I mean, that's what this is. None of the shit that happened there was like some particularly massive fuck up. That needs to be accounted and corrected for. I mean, that's the kind of random shit that just happens on runs. Use the starting spells. Those are the rules. Jump, you fucking bitch. No, not upgrading the sword is not. Yeah, come to think of it, I think it's actually going to end up being a time save. I didn't mean to do it this way, but I think it's actually going to end up being a time save rather than a time loss. Because you do less running this way. And listen, man, I mean, it's got to at least be close. It's got to at least be close in order to rationalize a redo. And listen, I don't want to be a fucking Debbie Downer, but even with the fucking handicap that we're given, It's not looking like it's gonna be close. Okay. Out of shits. Sure, less damage is a time save. Dummy, I just fucking upgraded the weapon. Jesus Christ.
Thou who approacheth destined death, thy will have been stolen.
Literally haven't attacked a single fucking thing when the weapon was supposed to be upgraded. What? I'm getting cocked. Jesus.
Why cover destined death? To kill what?
All right. I think the good news is Gideon should be not terrible. I think Square Off should deal with him. Oh boy, headset's about to run out of battery too. This one's looking like it's gonna be over 2 hours. And listen, I know I didn't play this one real good. I get it. I didn't make 20 minutes of mistakes though. That's a lot of minutes. Okay, my headset ran out of battery. I gotta switch the battery.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Margaret had hopes for us, but we continue to struggle unto eternity.
Back off. I'm out of stamina, dude. All right.
Bones attached cannot become a lord. Not even
That is something that these light swords have going for them.
cannot
And the two-hand rapier.
a god.
They do beat up on Gideon. Which is definitely not a guarantee. With the other weapons. The other slower weapons or smaller weapons. Katanas aren't great for him because they're just a bit slow. It's difficult to get the timing to actually cancel out his shits, you know? Listen, Gideon, since the beginning of time, has been the biggest run killer. You only think Gideon is never an issue if you've only beaten him like once in a like relatively optimized casual playthrough. The dude is a menace and he's always fucking been a menace. Okay, not great. Too many attacks. I was trying to count poise so that I could get an early stagger on Horalu. Gideon's harder if you haven't killed Rykard, Moog, or Melania. I don't think that's true. I think Gideon's harder if you haven't killed all three of them. Because it isn't until you unlock the third move that it actually replaces the triple rings of light. The first two moves that Gideon replaces are like the easy to dodge ones, like the comet, and I don't remember what the second one that gets replaced is. Cool. All right, I think Horalu's set up for this. Fuck. There we go. I jumped. I think I hit his body directly. I don't think I've ever done that before. I did not say I think this can beat the samurai. I said this has a chance to beat the samurai. I never thought it was likely. I was trying to say that this class isn't fucking astrologer. And to be honest with you, upon playing, I'm not even convinced it ever actually had a chance. Fuck, that ate the stagger, dude.
Brave, tarnished.
Okay.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Yeah, why not? Well, the reason why I said that Confessor has a chance is because it has broadsword with square off. I'm not gonna lie, square off was overall disappointing. I think I was overrating it, honestly. Both Vagabond and Confessor have taught me that lesson. I thought square off was one of the best Asher Wars in the game. But I think it's actually just like a tiny bit too slow. A tiny bit too slow to the point where it's not actually super usable most of the time. Now, I really don't, like, don't get me wrong, the bleed helped on the Uchi, but I don't think the bleed is what made the Uchi good. It was fucking, Unsheath. I think Unsheath was the biggest factor there. There's a bunch of poise damage, very quick. I think technically Square Off probably does more stance damage per second, but it's not always usable in the same situations as Unsheath is. Oh, get fucking canceled, bitch. The thing about bleed though is it enables a slightly faster setup because you can actually use the weapon at +0 like reasonably well, which saves a little bit of time because you just go through Stormveil to get to Liurnia rather than walking around to Liurnia, you know? All right. So hypothetically, if we had given Confessor, if I'm trying to account for skill variance here, which to be fair, that's fair on this time. Confessor shouldn't have gone this low. But if I'm trying to account for time variance here, this was probably a 152, a 153. I don't even think it was faster than Vagabond. And I think that's because I was trying to play it so that it would be competitive with Samurai. But there just isn't time. There's not, you know, the equipment just doesn't work for it. I was trying to push it beyond what it could do for me, and it didn't work. So that's an unfairly slow time for Confessor, but still, nonetheless, I think it's 10 minutes behind Samurai. All right. Final one. Here we come. Mr. Wretch. Unironically, I think Wretch is a bit of a sleeper pick. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to compete with Samurai. That's a bit of a tall task. But 145? I think it's in the realm of possibility. Okay. So just pure strength whole way through, charged attacks whole way through. It's a nice and simple class. We're gonna need a little bit of health. And then, I mean, shit, bro. Once we get strength to effectively 80, which means the 50% buff, take the 50% buff off, and that means like 55 around there. It's a little bit less than that. It's like 53 or something. But let's say 55 minus the 15 from the bonuses. So once we get to 40 strength, let's get to a good amount of health. Probably with no armor, we might have to push that as high as like 20. Yeah, we might have to push that as high as like 20 since we don't have any armor. And then maybe a little bit of endurance. but nice and simple levels. So first priority, 40 strength. Second priority, 20 health. Third priority, 20 endurance or so. And then we just start leveling all strength. As far as talismans and other shit goes, charge attack tier and talisman, fucking strength tier, Radigan sword seal, let me see. Damage bonus is not based on percentage equivalent, but rather the actual value. The damage bonus has soft caps at 8, 16, and 20. Can I get like a vague idea of how much it buffs? How much is this weigh? This weighs 3.5. I want to know like how much it, take a reasonable guess at how much it would buff. Blue Dancer is max 15%. That's not very good. I don't think that's worth it, because what would we be replacing? We'd be replacing Radigan's sword seal probably at a certain point, which granted is only, I mean, Radigan's sword seal is going to save us some health levels and shit like that though. Yeah. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, if it was a pickup along the way, maybe, but you got to go on a whole fucking side quest to get it. Replacing ritual sword. Oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. I can get a guaranteed 10% with ritual sword. That's like very on my way. I would much rather take that over, I mean, realistically, if max is 15%, I'd probably be getting a 12% buff. This dude analyzed it. Oh, what are the results? Can you give me an estimate of what kind of percentage increase it is at like 6 equip load? Because of ritual shield, I'm always going to be at full. We're never chilling at damaged health. 6 load is about 13.9%. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. I think it would have to be like 20+% for it to make sense. I'm not going to be using the roars anyway, Emo. Changing up the move set and crippling my charged attacks isn't good for me. Oh Jesus. But yeah, this should be full strength build. That's good. I wish it had like some sort of status effect so that we could go through Stormvale to get to Liurnia. Yeah, I mean, Samurai seems to have the advantages here. The only advantage it doesn't have is it's not a pure strength build. If Samurai, on top of everything else it had, also, like, the katana just scaled with strength, it would definitely be the fastest. But the Samurai has the most good shit. But hey, we'll give Wretch a shot. We'll give the underdog his chance.
They sir, but you, I can turning to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it to it will summon torrent. Treat him with.
Well, strength is just the easiest thing to build for. Pretty much all of the good items for it are directly on the path. Nah, Star Scourge Heirloom doesn't make sense. I mean, like, because of how we're building this character, we reach the hard cap for stats, for strength stats, like, super quick. Like, probably... Definitely by the time we're beating Radon, we're going to be at functionally 80 strength. Which means adding extra stats is going to have severe diminishing returns. And so that 5 extra strength will be most useful for the first couple bosses. But then it's going to really drop off in usefulness. Yeah, I'm gonna try to beat Samurai, but I think Samurai's just got too much going for it. Well, I played pretty good when I was playing Samurai. The only real problem I ran into was Gideon. I think Club R1s are pretty quick. I think this will be better than a katana for Gideon. Unless the Club R1s don't stagger, but they should. It's a fucking club. If a club doesn't do poise damage, what the hell is the point of it? Why doesn't the wiki list weapon poise damage? Well, it's because poise and stance are used interchangeably. And I'm not convinced the wiki knows the difference. Like, yeah, that's the kind of nerdy shit that I would want to learn when going to a wiki. But also, Extra Life Wiki doesn't even seem to have the two words sorted. All right, throwing. Love to see it. And to be fair, the game itself kind of uses stance and poise interchangeably, even though they're two different systems. That's at least partially on FromSoft. What is the difference? All right, so stance is it's the posture breaking system that got yoinked from Sekiro. You do big charged heavies and then you get the ding and then they fall over and you can do the critical. That's what stance is. Different enemies have different amounts of stance. Different weapons and different types of attacks do different amounts of stance damage. Poise tends to it's only relevant for characters that you can actually interrupt their animations. That's why it's normally a PvP thing. But in this case, it applies to Gideon. Poise is how hard of a hit that can be tanked before your animations get interrupted. If you have more poise, it means you can take a bigger hit and not get your attack animations interrupted. If you have less poise, it means you take a smaller hit and get your attack animations interrupted. Different weapons and different attacks do different amounts of poise damage. I guess Crystalians too. For poise? No. Poise use, or Crystalians use a modified version of the stance system, where instead of regenerating stance, they just don't regenerate stance ever. Whereas every other enemy, there's a 6 to 8 second cooldown period, and then their stance regens really fast. Crystalians don't regenerate their stance at all. So as soon as you do the 70 or 80 stance damage required to stagger them, then it puts them into their second phase where they get easily poise broken. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I forgot about that part. That's fair. I believe they probably coded the Crystalian second phase to have one poise, would be my guess. What weapon is even the best for poise damage in the game? Square off, probably. As far as poise per second goes. Does every boss animation have its own poise interruption requirement, or is it always a true or false statement? What do you mean by that? Poise is its values. Enemies, well, I don't think it's technically enemies. I think it's attack animations have poise defense or just poise, and then attacks have poise damage. And if the poise damage does more than the poise defense, then they get interrupted. And there's also like a stacking effect. Like if you do an attack that does half of their poise, the next attack that you do will take out the second half of their poise and they'll get staggered. Or not like not stance broken, but staggered. Rajar's Rapier Ash of War has good poise damage. Okay, you guys see what I mean? You see what I mean when I told you these words just get used interchangeably? That is good stance damage. Not poise damage. I think it's because of the term poise break. Well, no, maybe, but yeah, I don't know. Poise break is a term that came from the PvP community to describe an actual poise break. Maybe it was misappropriated to start describing stance breaks. Wait, that's really bad. Why did I jump so far off to the right? How'd that happen? I think that's a reset. I'm resetting it. Good. Okay, cool. Wretch deserves better, baby. We're giving him a good shot. Oh, shit. And we're also cheating by not starting the timer. That's right, baby. Giving him every chance he can. Stance breaks give you a riposte, while poise breaks make opponents flinch. Yes. I reset Vagabond at the beginning. But we were 18 minutes into that run, and we just made a mistake that was going to cost like 5 minutes. So like... reset it, you know? Do I think it's possible to get million view videos from Elden Ring anymore? Yeah. It happens quite often. And I'm not even the best YouTuber. I think I'm pretty good at it, but I'm not even the best YouTuber, and I figure out how to do it. There's all sorts of things I could do to make the videos better that I know of. I'm sure there's a fuck ton more that I don't even know of. It just seems like when it came out, every video had millions of views. Well, of course, when the game launched, there's more excitement around it, of course. But also, the likelihood is when a new game comes out like that, the content that you get served is most likely going to be the most popular content. Whereas, as YouTube learns to develop the niches and interests that you enjoy, it's more likely to niche down the videos that it recommends you. Meaning, if you show interest in a topic, it's probably going to show you the most viewed videos of that topic at the start. And as you demonstrate what you're interested in, it starts to narrow down the video topics to things that are less and less popular but fit what you're interested in better and better. Generally. But yeah, like pretty much every time Yumfa uploads, easy million. I mean, granted, there's at least like some amount of branding and brand loyalty there that comes into play. It's a lot easier to get 1 million views if you already have 1 million subscribers. But that's not technically true. It's a lot easier to get 1 million views if you already have 1 million subscribers that are interested in what you're doing. That's how I should phrase that. And in Yumfa's case, that's absolutely what's going on. Surprised that YouTube hasn't gotten rid of the subscriber number. It means literally nothing. Yeah, it's a bit of a vanity metric. But I don't know. Number go up. Bigger number, better person. The obviously subscriber functionality is still there though. At least for some users. A lot of users just don't bother with... Dude, I'm getting cucked by a fucking what? Not a wasp. Mosquito, dude. What the hell? Why? What the fuck caused that stupid ass mosquito to chase me over here and not let me light this grace? 'Most viewed YouTube video about Elden Ring is level 713 versus bosses. How many views does it have? I'm curious how close my my one-shot video is to being the most viewed Elden Ring video. It's got to be close. Almost has 7 million views. It has 11 million. Okay. Don't fucking copium me. 7 million views is a lot. $11 million honestly seems low for the biggest Elden Ring video ever. Yeah, I think social media has generally given viewership like a little bit of brain rot in this context. Because 11 million views, Elden Ring has sold 20 million copies. Maybe at this point 22 million, 23 million. If every single one of those views came from a unique person, that is half of the people that have bought Elden Ring. Which is absurd. Now, granted, that video probably has like a 2 view per viewer kind of stat on it, if I had to guess. So but still, that's like a quarter of the people that have bought Elden Ring. which is crazy, man. Like, algorithms necessarily lead to a whole bunch of success bias in viewers' perceptions, because viewers get shown videos that viewers watch, right? That's the point of the algorithm, which means statistically you're gonna get shown videos that have lots of views. Which can make you think that, like, the baseline for views is like 1 million views or something like that. But 1 million views is a lot. 1 million views on a video is not easy to get. Certainly not a baseline. I can promise you, creators that have long form videos with 1 million views are very happy with how well that video has performed and how much money it earned them. It's a lot. My video is 18th. Damn. Not even top 10. Hate to see it, bro. Well, I can take a more... I can analyze it more thoroughly than this, but probably not a good idea to do that. So I'll give you the simple, easily available answer that if you wanted to figure out with a couple Google searches, you could figure it out. Generally speaking, long form videos get between a $2 and $4 CPM. Dollars, or I guess that would be RPM. Revenue per 1,000 views. Which means a 1 million view video gets between $2,000 and $4,000 using those numbers. There's all sorts of other shit that impacts that RPM number. Ad fill rate, time of the year, type of content, demographics, all sorts of shit. That RPM number realistically can range from, like on YouTube Shorts, like 1 cent all the way up to, like, in very optimized niches in like peak advertising seasons, you can get that number all the way up to like 100 if you're in like finance in November, if you're making finance videos in November or some shit. But generally $2 to $4. Oh, sponsorships don't factor into this at all. I'm telling you the amount of money that Google AdSense pays. Sponsorships are calculated on a whole different thing. And again, the easily Googleable information that you can learn about sponsorships is that those pay $18 to $30 CPMs. However, It's usually not in the... It's usually, like, based off of past video performance. So you aren't going to get a sponsorship that's going to pay you for 1 million views if all of your previous videos only have 100,000 views. Even if that video that you put the sponsorship on does get 1 million views. The contracts are pretty much never written up like that. It's not like performance based. It's past expectations based. Do I think Linus really got offered over 100 million? Yes. There's not a doubt in my mind. And I think also people generally like struggle to understand the scale of business as well. The dude owns like a 120 employee business. Like his yearly payroll is over $1 million. The amount of money that he he pays to other people on a yearly basis is over $1 million. So how much revenue do you think the company's bringing in? I guess I meant if his company's worth over $1 million. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. At 120 people, his monthly payroll is probably over 1 million. How's the math work out? I mean, he pays a whole lot of engineers. Let's say like average salary is like 80,000. 80,000 a year times 120. That's probably a good guess. What's that number? Any knowers? $9.6 million. Damn. And that's probably a pretty accurate guess. It's probably on the high end. 80K is probably a bit of an overestimate. But I don't think by much. Yeah, they are Canadian. And LTT is also like really, really well optimized for revenue. Like extraordinarily well optimized for revenue. Like I believe their AdSense numbers are, they break down the percentages. Their AdSense numbers is like 20% of their revenue or something like that. And I don't know how many views that Linus gets, but I would guess like vaguely off of AdSense, he probably, that channel or all those channels probably make $8 figures, if not more. not 9 figures, but you know, I would guess probably 10 million a year. And then from the merch and the sponsorships and all that other shit that is very well integrated into the videos, he makes 5 times that amount. His merch is so expensive too. Well, I can't imagine that's because he's bumping up profit margins. Because a lot of the times when we think of merch, it's usually just like some shitty print-on-demand shop that doesn't really produce anything very good. Direct-to-garment printing, which is not very quality. But they do it that way because it's cheap, which makes getting a product and supporting your favorite creator easier, have a lower barrier to entry, but it makes that product that you get a lot shittier. And as a business, it doesn't work as well long-term because it's essentially relying on people just wanting to give you money and giving them a convenient way to do that. Because when you take on that strategy, you don't actually like sell something that people want. You sell shitty shirts. And the only reason people buy it is because they like you and they want to give you money and get something out of it in the process. But that, you know, that doesn't actually work as like a standalone business. And I'm sure there's also, like, specifically with the backpack, I'm sure there's some, like, economy of scale issues there. Where they probably did a lot of very inefficient in-house engineering to make that backpack. That cost way more money than it should have, because they aren't a backpack making company. They're a fucking YouTube video making company. And so it cost a lot of money to develop the expertise on how to make a backpack and how to engineer a backpack. And that more or less ends up getting passed on. Faceless, thanks for the 3 months. I appreciate it. YouTube really just took most of television's income. Did YouTubers in 2011 even know what they were growing? That's not even true. That's not even true, Fitz. The television advertising CPMs are way higher than YouTube advertising CPMs. For whatever reason. I don't know. Legacy media, demand, fucking nepotism. I don't know. But the amount of money they make per view on television is fucking insane. However, that's the direction that YouTube's heading. Shifu, thanks for the tier 1. I bet some other company is providing the backpack expertise and they just white label it. I don't think so. I could be misremembering, but I think they did the backpack on their own. The same way that they did the screwdriver on their own. They white label their water bottles, I know that. Well, it's I forget the name of the concept, but it essentially says a job fills the amount of time that that's given. You will take as long on a task as you are as the time that you're allowed to take on it. And if you're given a bigger chunk of time, you'll spend more time doing the task. If you're giving a smaller chunk of time, you'll spend less time doing the task, but you'll complete it nonetheless. So it's one of those situations where if there's more money, that enables bigger productions, which enables more views, which makes more money. If there's less money, then that doesn't enable bigger productions. So there's less people. Okay, we go gym. We go round table.
To determine if you had
Okay, I think we get +7 club.
Let my hand.
Oh, I didn't pop the runes. I was supposed to pop the runes. Sedge. Most YouTubers have maybe a couple editors. I mean, it depends on what kind of scale of YouTuber that you're talking about. If you're talking about these giga YouTubers like MatPat, fucking Kurzgesagt, like these 10 million subscriber channels, these active 10 million subscriber channels, they got a whole ass team. Like at least a dozen people working for them. If you're talking about like 1 million view channels, yeah, probably they have an editor or two. And if we're talking about most YouTubers, they don't have editors because most YouTubers don't make any money. So it just depends on what you mean by the words that you're saying. The bigger the channel, the more, generally speaking, the larger the staff. Okay, we need that and that. All right.
blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Ow. Fucking clap, nerd. Okay.
Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. It's tightly. God, you breached. Well, but of course.
There's definitely there's definitely still this public perception that I've noticed about YouTube that seems to think that there isn't any money in it. I didn't open the fucking gates. God damn it.
The guard, you'll slip.
And it's still less per view than TV, like I said, but there's a lot of YouTubers that are decamillionaires, centimillionaires, strictly because of YouTube. Where did that even come from, brother? God damn it, dude. Can I stop fucking throwing, dude? Tried to do it to me again. Alright, fuck them runes. I don't need them. All right, we big dick play. Don't light the fire. Save some time. Beat the shit out of Godric. This is how we make up for the firebomb time loss. Troll despair. The firebomb incident. Smell a reset. Well, you're smelling wrong. All right.
of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of
Okay, I need 6 3s, 12 4s. 6 3s, 12 4s. Six threes, 12 fours, level the weapon up, go beat the shit out of Radon. I tend to make more revenue from Twitch or YouTube. YouTube, and it's not even close. I have a pretty big YouTube channel. I don't have a very big Twitch stream. Why is that? Well, live streaming in general has a much lower ceiling, much lower potential than long form video content. So if you hypothetically were to take a person that was equally as good at both live streaming and making videos, their videos would almost certainly be more popular and able to reach more people, because more people care about videos, more people engage with that format. But on top of that, Twitch is a smaller website than YouTube, and I'm not nearly as good at live streaming as I am at making videos. There's not nearly as much like retention tactics that can be employed on a live stream as there is on YouTube. Well, yeah, if you guys are watching, I would assume you probably like watching. But when it comes to large audiences, it's like the law of large numbers starts to kick in, where becoming 1% more entertaining actually has a tangible like effect. Becoming 1% more entertaining, leading to 1% more viewership, isn't just like something to scoff at that doesn't really matter. It's like, oh shit, that's a lot more people that are watching now, you know.
Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival. But now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try streaming a little bit on YouTube. I think it's very likely to be more successful than the Twitch stream. You could try plugging your stream more in the videos. No, it doesn't. I mean, it would have an effect, but it doesn't really have as much of an effect as you would think. Let me beat Radon. Let me beat Radon and then remind me this conversation. Remind me about content funnel. Say those words to me and I'll start talking. But first we beat Radon. Jump? Please jump. Why are you not jumping? Fucking wiener! God damn it, bro. It eats a lot of stamina. What? And I'm also trying to be competitive with Samurai, putting some extra pressure on him. However, based off how this fight's going, I don't think Wretch is built like that. I'm going for second place with Wretch. Because competing with Samurai, I don't think that's happening. Come on. There you go. Oh, 9, bro. Radon's been an issue causer, honestly. It's probably a leveling issue. I don't think in most of these runs I probably should have leveled up a little bit of health before fighting Radon. Difference between getting one shot and not getting one shot is huge. How's that miss? Okay, good. Clubs plus 12. I believe we lost the stance. Is what it is, though. Oh, we didn't lose it. I wonder if Radahn has a longer stance cooldown time. Because that seemed like a long time between hits. Oh, dude. That's unfortunate. That was a fuck you, you don't get to live kind of move right there. Sag, bro. Throwing hard. Yep. Sure am. Being sarcastic, by the way. That was... there wasn't any dodging in that situation. Jump. Thank you. All right. Okay, content funnels. Generally speaking, this is like business terminology, as far as I know. Any sort of marketing company uses funnels, where, sort of as an analogy, where they have their top end, which is usually like advertisements, and then it funnels down through conversions to, at the bottom of the funnel, you get the amount of products that you sold to the amount of people. Meaning at the top of the funnel, you get a lot of exposure, but not necessarily a lot of people that give a shit, or people that would like give you money in marketing sense. And at the bottom of the funnel, you get a whole lot less people, but those are the people that you're going to make the most money off of. And with content, it works the same kind of way. Where at the top of the funnel, you would have something like YouTube Shorts or TikTok, where you get all sorts of exposure. The viewers do not give a single fuck. This is really obvious if you've made both long-form YouTube content and short-form YouTube content and looked at the comments. The comments that you get from short-form YouTube content are fucking vile. Disgusting. But you are a fucking pawn to be shit on in the eyes of Shorts viewers. They hate you. Don't give a shit about you. And then in the middle of the funnel, you would have like long form videos where people start to care about you a little bit more. But there's still like a decent bit of exposure. And then at the bottom of the funnel, you would have things like Twitch, where your super fans funnel into. The people that are literally willing to give you money so that they can have a couple stupid fucking emotes in the chat. And so usually the people that are your super fans are already gonna know. The people that belong in the streams are usually not going to struggle to know that the streams are gonna happen, is what I'm trying to say. Because they're the people that really give a shit about you. And then, you know, even lower in the funnel, for some creators, you would have like a Patreon or something like that. Fan house. Yo, Club kinda cooks, bro. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? I do this, a little bit of this. Leveling decks, what the fuck? Who am I? Who do I think I am? Samurai's in your head. Hey, like I said, after the first death to Radon, I realized this weapon can't compete with Uchi. And if I try to make it compete with Uchi, I'm gonna go even slower. And might not beat Vagabond when I think Wretch should beat Vagabond. Club charged heavy used to do 40 stance damage. That's kind of ridiculous. Is dual wield club even faster? No. L1s don't really. Charged heavies tend to be the most optimal strategy almost always. It's rare that power stancing or jumping L1s are a better strategy than charged heavies. Okay. L1 is the it's your offhand attack button, your left-hand attack button. R1 is your right-hand light attack, R2 is your right-hand heavy attack. Okay. How many classes are left? This is the last, buddy. We're hopefully less than an hour away from crowning our champion. Which, and to be honest, we already know who the champion is, but we'll pretend like we don't to keep it suspenseful. I wasn't as sold as most of the chat that Samurai was gonna be the easy and obvious pick. I thought Prophet had a good chance. I thought Confessor had a good chance.
Good evening, everyone.
I initially wasn't thinking that Wretch had a good chance, but in retrospect, Wretch kind of always had a good chance. Wretch actually has a pretty good kit. Especially considering he's supposed to be the shitty not having anything. Alright, sick. I thought Warrior would be quicker than that. Warrior was held back a lot because it had to upgrade 2 weapons. Which fucked its leveling a little bit. Especially its early game leveling. Adizi, thanks for the 10 months. So it is safe to say that bleed builds are still the strongest? No. Bleed builds have never been the strongest. Bleed builds have always been the easiest. Obviously, drawing comparisons about the entire game from the literal starting loadouts isn't going to get you any sort of superlatives like that. I mean, a lot of the builds are like very competitive. I mean, it's difficult to say which one I think is the strongest because if I wanted to, I could. If you wanted to, you could make a build that literally one-shots all the bosses with just about every archetype of build.
Such cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
The only question is, like, how much do you have to think? And with bleed builds, you don't really have to think. You put on bleed, you win game. Like, it's a very simple build that doesn't require a whole lot of synergy. I mean, hell, the talisman that's theoretically supposed to synergize it with it doesn't even really synergize with it very well, being Lord of Blood's exaltation. It's a bleed build talisman that doesn't affect your bleed damage or status buildup at all. It's a bleed build talisman that buffs your physical damage. Everything can one-shot. It just depends on how many frogs you want to slaughter first. I mean, I don't think farming's actually required for most of these builds.
Allow me, you are unprevented. The thorn, a husk, the only way.
Or for like functional one-shots. Like,
and guide you.
Obviously when I say one-shots, I essentially mean like boss scripts where you go in there and you press a button maybe a couple times and then the boss dies. Obviously with like lighter, faster weapons, like dex builds, you're probably going to have to hit them several times. But if you can do it before the boss can do anything, it might as well be a one-shot. But at least part of the reason why I don't think bleed builds should be considered the best build in the game is because it doesn't really capitalize on stance breaking. And I think that's a little bit more difficult to deal with. It's a real easy build to put together, but the playstyle requires that you hit enemies a lot and that you don't really make them break their stance, so you don't end up getting a whole lot of downtime, which is, like, relatively speaking, a kind of difficult thing to do. To be optimal, you have to get the correct amount of hits in every damage phase, which isn't always super obvious. It's much easier, like I was saying, a little bit easier. It's much easier if the weapon's just slow enough to the point where you just get one punish per damage window. If you have to guess how many punishes you have to get in between every damage window, it gets a little bit more funky, more opportunity to fuck up. And I think there's less opportunity to fuck up with these slower, bigger, chunkier weapons in the same vein as like Serpent Hunter. Stance breaking is way more cheesy than bleed IMO. You can just spam jump attacks. Well, that's the wrong way to go about breaking stance. But they asked for the best build. I don't give a shit about cheese. seems like a misuse of the word cheese, though. Like, oh no. I used functioning, non-bugged game mechanics to beat the game. I didn't even exploit anything to beat the game. Well, bleed is good, don't get me wrong. I just think it's overrated. And the reason why I think it's overrated is because it's easy. Like, you really don't need to make anything synergize with bleed in order for bleed to be good. I mean, you need to put bleed on the right weapon, and then you'll get a lot of gains out of making sure that that weapon has arcane scaling. But beyond that, like, you don't really need to do anything for the build. Like, your talismans don't really matter. They don't have a huge effect on your damage. Your armor doesn't really matter. I mean, fuck, buffs don't even really matter because it doesn't change bleed damage. Like, it's a simple build. Like, almost by design. No, there's no way to change how much damage status effects do. There's no buffs or talismans or anything along those lines that change status effect damage. Which is the reason why, like, if you put bleed on a weapon, you're essentially already at an optimized bleed build. I just don't, which is, I don't think a whole lot of other people played optimized non-bleed builds. And they probably didn't realize that they were playing an optimized bleed build because they figured, there's probably ways to improve this, but there isn't, really. There's not a whole lot of ways to improve it. Okay, we gotta go get Ritual Sword after this.
Oh, your divinity. I didn't. I'll be doing much just lay out.
Oh, fuck, where am I going? I'm going here. Bruh. Bruh. Please. Please. Jesus, man. There we go. Wish he has the same conversations with Chad every week. I sure do. I sure do, man. He hates chat. Well, I obviously wouldn't be having the same fucking conversations with you if I hated you. I do get annoyed at having the same stupid conversations. I don't really get annoyed fucking talking about the more like goofy, complex game mechanics of Elden Ring over and over again, though. But I oftentimes ignore a question like the simple questions that I get asked like 10 times a day. Like, what's your favorite boss track? What's your favorite boss? What's your favorite Souls game? Things like that. 'Cause I don't know, I just don't find a whole lot of conversation potential there. I also don't really like do favorites very often. And like every time I actually think about those questions, I go, I don't know, dog. I like the game. Tell us why Bloodborne is your favorite Souls game. I will talk about why Blood Vials are a fucking awful, horrendous, mega terrible design decision that makes Bloodborne be not the best Souls game, even though it has absolutely no business being anything other than the best Souls game. I'll talk about that all the time. Can someone explain why Bloodborne is so loved? Have you played through the whole game? Because when I was going through my first playthrough of Bloodborne, in like the first half of it, I was like, yeah, this is a fun game. I like it. But this doesn't seem like the fucking world-ending Omega game that I was promised. This doesn't seem like this incredible fucking life-changing experience. And then I got to the second half of the game and was like, ah, this is pretty cool. Blood Vials still suck, though. Even at 30 FPS, I think if they just had an Estus flask instead of Blood Vials, I think Bloodborne would actually be my favorite FromSoft game. But simply out of principle, because of Blood Vials, Bloodborne can't be my favorite FromSoft game. Blood Vials are so dumb. Fucking hate them shits. And And I also think it's, I just think it's really ironic how blood vials from Bloodborne get like at least somewhat defended, whereas the life gems from Dark Souls 2 are like half of the people's main reason why Dark Souls 2 is this super dog shit game that isn't worth your time, when they're like literally the same thing and they cause the same exact problems. Alright, ask me to explain blood vials after the fire giant fight. And then don't bait me into a fucking debate, because I'll fucking debate you about it. And I really don't want to. God, dude, what is this camera doing? This camera is fucking trolling me, dude. What the fuck? What? Damn it. Stupid ass. What you doing, old dummy? Dummy, you little stupid. Falling off a tree stump. Little idiot. Fucking, what are you doing? All right. All right. All right. Blood vials. Life gems. Grass. From Demon Souls. Any farmable healing item in FromSoft games causes some issues. One of them being some like difficulty curve scaling problems for games and series that are known for having their incredibly refined difficulty curves that are meant to challenge you a precise amount that gets progressively more difficult as you go through the game. This variable healing shit does a real good job of pissing away that refined difficulty curve. Because you either don't have enough healing and it's way fucking harder than it should be, or you have too much healing and it's way fucking easier than it should be. Not good. Very anti-synergistic with what seems to be one of the main design goals of the game. 2, it punishes being bad, which again seems a little bit anti-synergistic with one of the design goals of the game, where it's not just trying to be a dickhead. The game isn't just trying to be a dickhead to you. It's trying to give you a challenge that is fair but difficult, and it really wants you to overcome it. That's what the game's goal is. And putting a weird barrier of not really a challenge but a time sink in the form of farming up extra healing materials whenever you suck too bad, it doesn't really do a good job of pursuing that goal, and in fact it kind of gets in the way of it. Because the fun part, the challenge part of the game isn't coming up with some sort of optimized farming route, you know, so that you can actually have the healing so that you can get back to doing the actually challenging thing. And that's all I can think of right now. I can't come up with other reasons. Although I do believe I do have other reasons, I just can't think of them. Those are the 2 main points, though. The whole practice run thing. There's no such thing as a practice run in games that have an Estus flask, but in Bloodborne, Demon Souls, to a lesser extent Dark Souls 2, there is such a thing as a practice run where you go in and don't waste any resources, which makes the learning process slower, which makes you have less fun. And overall just feels like a waste of time, a completely unnecessary waste of time.
This way, tarnished. May I not hope? No sense in arguing, I see.
But I can also that you're not, then why not? I am Kale. Goodbye.
Okay. Okay. This is not doing nearly as much damage. Are they resistant to bonk damage or some shit? Because they are way tankier than I thought they were going to be. Penis. Oh, man. Fucking noble presence, dude. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is a fucking issue, brother. What is this? Maybe Skinny's less resistant to it? Fuck, dude. Come on, Skinny. You fucking rat. Wanted to heal. Fuck me, that was spooky. Bro, what? How did that clip me? What the fuck is going on in here, man? God. All right. Godskin duo, bigger issue than I thought they were going to be. I thought I was just going to bonk the shit out of them. But as far as problems go, that one got solved pretty quick.
You're out.
Oh yeah, I gave up on beating Samurai after after the first death to Radon. At that point, it was obvious. Ain't no way. However, Vagabond is about to be a fucking victim, I tell ya. Wretch second place. Nah, ain't no way. No such thing as a Gideon incident. We do not incite with Gideon here. Sick. Yeah, I don't think Gideon is causing a problem. However, I believe I've said that about like 8 out of these 10 runs. And Gideon has caused an issue on like 5 of them. Surely this beats Samurai, right, chat? Surely. Yeah, the club's range is gonna be maybe a bit of a problem. But the R1s go fast, and they should do enough poise. I'm gonna say they do enough poise.
Destined death. I will not have it stolen.
That hit me? 6 start, I like it. Shit, I think the poise got lost. I got fucking greedy, dude. God damn it. It's fine. Surely that doesn't impact the results. Surely. No! Where the fuck is the riposte? Well, shit. Alright, there we go.
Astonished. Why cover destined death? To kill what?
Alright. Beating Vagabond's gonna be a bit tight. Gonna be a bit tight. I tell you. You know, if we didn't die to Malekith, I don't think it would have been that tight. But now it's gonna be a bit questionable. Fuck, dude. It's gonna be pretty tight even if everything goes right.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. It's a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marquez, I hope for us that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
You fucking no-healed, bitch!
My bones are tarnished, cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man
That's right.
cannot kill
The luck.
God.
Luck. Did you see how many heals I interrupted? Fucking luck. Jesus, man. It's fucking tight though, dude. I got 7 minutes from now. It's gonna be close. Gonna be real close. Nice. 6 start. I like it. Would have been nice if you didn't do this move, sir. Butthole bandit. Doing banditry. All right.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Okay, we got over 4 minutes. We got like 4.5 minutes. A little bit less than that. All right, bro. Come on. Come on. I don't think we're gonna get an Elden Stars skip. Yeah, we're not. He's gonna do triple rings right here. Okay, good. We're getting that out of the way while Elden Stars is up. It's close, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop that. Come on. Fuck me. I think we got it, baby. I think we got it, baby. Yeah, baby. All right. That's my fucking life's work accomplished right there, brother. Getting Wretch to be the second fastest class. All right, bro. Woo-wee. Yep. So, Samurai was the best. Samurai was the best because, one, primarily, Unsheath is really, really strong. And that just made all of its boss fights faster and stronger and better. Two, Bleed makes it so that you can get early game damage. Your early game damage is better. So you're able to take a little bit of a different route through Stormvale so that you can make the route a little bit faster. Yeah, I guess those are the two main reasons. Well, it would be even better if it was a strength build, because the strength build stuff is easier to get. So if there was a samurai, but the weapon scaled exclusively off of strength, that would be an even better starting class. Or at least an even faster starting class. Bandit was the only other one with bleed that was able to take advantage of that. Confessor, Wretch, Vagabond, and Hero all had an advantage over their non-samurai counterparts because they were strength builds. Warrior, Bandit, and Prisoner. No. Was Prisoner a dex build? Prisoner was a dex build. Warrior, Bandit, and Prisoner all suffered because they were a dex build, although Prisoner performed real well for what it was. For the casters, Prophet actually had a good spell. Astrologer did not have a good spell. Haters will say this is proof bleed is better. It was stance damage. Yeah, I mean, it was stance damage. Uchi does bleed, sure, but Unsheath also does a lot of stance damage. In total, that was 20 hours worth of speed runs. Mage build, no rules, gotta beat samurai time. I mean, that doesn't really... Okay, the reason why casters suffered is because it takes longer to set them up. So by default, they're gonna have a slower setup time. Which is why Astrologer was so fucking slow, because it had a slow setup time and it didn't really have any good tools. Prophet made up for the slow setup time with a pretty damn strong build. All of these could have been 30 plus minutes faster. Well, if I'm employing like speedrunning skips, sure. Well, that's probably not even true. I think world record real time, which these numbers that we're operating off of are real time right now. Speedruns are run based off of in-game time. I mean, let's just go take a peek at the Samurai to see what our in-game time was. $133 of in-game time, which cuts out loading screens. So if you're comparing to like the world record speed run that abuses the shit out of like quit outs and things like that for the sake of saving in-game time, like the world record speed run is going to be like an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes real time. So, and that's while employing all the speedrun skips that I didn't use, you know, the bird skip and shit like that. Not to mention the fact that obviously the loadout and build that's getting used is quite a bit less than optimal. Samurai is pretty damn close to like a pretty optimal run for the route that we were doing. Obviously, if you employed more skips, you would save some time, but we died a couple times on this Samurai run. I mean, perfect execution with the route that we're doing on the Samurai run is going to be like 135 real time. You add some skips into that, it's going to be like 125, maybe. Now, you reroute it, you optimally reroute it to, you know, collect all the correct fucking smithing stones and things like that. You can probably get it down by a couple more minutes. All right. Be interesting to see a speedrunner really seriously run all the classes. I don't think so. I don't think this is something that I would want to seriously grind, but at the same time, I'm not a speedrunner.